always, we're going to do a little overview of what our department and what we do. And this is an organizational chart of our department. So we have 3 coordinators that oversee all of our schools that are broken down there and all 300 or about of our employees. We have also a creative specialist that works part-time for IT and part-time for nutrition services. We have a registered dietitian who plans all our menus, making sure that we meet all of the nutritional guidelines required by the federal government. And our administrative assistant, that she's the glue to our department, keeps everyone together. And on top of that, we also see and oversee the cafe that operates here in the building, which we have 1 manager and 1 worker. So this year, and thanks to the very generous that we had, and we are looking better for labor, which I'm happy to report. The past 2 years have been very, very hard. But as of last Monday, we had only those vacancies. So we're meeting 11 teaching workers, 10 cashiers, 5 of their over, so for a total of 26 positions overall. So it's still not ideal, but compared to the previous years, when 2 years ago we were about 80, and then last year we were about 40. So we're looking much, much better, and that's great. So thank you for the pay increase, because that really has made a difference, especially in this economy, where I think that people are coming back to work, and they appreciate kind of being competitive in our field. All right, so the programs we oversee, of course, we see the National School Lunch Program. This is the program that brings most of the revenue for our department, and the one that students participate the most. Due to the federal guidelines, we have to have different menus for different age groups. We go from K to 5th, 6th grade, and 9 to 12, making sure that all of those grades and the students get the optimal nutrition they need to start or in the middle of the day to keep learning and to support academic success. Some of the popular items, of course, orange chicken always leads the menu chart. And on top of that, we've added a few alternatives that look like orange chicken, but they're different flavors. We have our cherry blossom chicken and turtle soup, which are really good. But homemade mac and cheese and pizza, always a favorite too. So these are some of the pictures of what lunches are looking like. So a lot of different textures, colors, variety. It's a taco salad with fresh pineapple and yuca peaches every day. Our fish and chips. Broccoli. For the chicken recipe, actually parents calling and saying, will you share that recipe, because we want it. I can say that it's eventually they have. We're happy to share it. We're very happy that they like it. All right, the second program that students participate the most is the breakfast program. And it works very similar. It's a different program under the USDA umbrella, but we also have dietary guidelines and that we follow for the same age groups. And I think that has changed in the state of Utah. 3 years ago, legislation was passed where every school district or a local educational agency participating in the National School Lunch Program is required to have their schools participate in the breakfast program as well. So because of that, all of our schools came on board except for 1 school, which is Jordan Valley. And for that, we made a waiver because of the logistics of the school and the preparation that needs to be for different textures and different consistencies. It's not very feasible to have a profitable breakfast program, or there isn't that much of a need so far. But we can certainly study that if in the future there is a need. Part of the legislation too mandates that if a school this year, for example, if they're over 30% free and reduced, they have to offer an alternate breakfast program as well. What does that mean? It means not your traditional breakfast program that you serve in the cafeteria. You have to implement something like breakfast in the classroom or extend your breakfast period so students can still have access for breakfast. So right now, the schools that are doing breakfast in the classroom are in Midvale, Mid Valley, Copperview, and Sandy. Midvale Elementary offers a second chance breakfast instead of a breakfast in the classroom, meaning that they extend the breakfast period and students can come with no penalty to get a breakfast and then go back to the class. But schools that need to implement an alternate breakfast program by the end of the school year, so we still have all the school year to plan this, are Bella Vista, President, Draper, East Family, Winter Hill, Eastmont, Maple Hill, South Jordan, Union, and Hillside. We're going to work with those principals and see what works best for them. Our goal is that we implement a program that they feel comfortable with and that it meets the needs for the community and for their faculty and administration. We also run our senior summer program. This is what we were operating at during the pandemic year, giving stimulus to everyone. Since that's over, we still did it last summer. We're just seeing that it's a very nice program. We honestly don't make money off this program. It's just a nice service for those families who need still access to meals during the summertime where it's not a session. So we have seen that our numbers declined greatly since the pandemic, but we still hear from those communities, and especially the parents, saying how thankful they are that we still offer them and that their students have a chance to go to school and get breakfast and lunch. Also, at some schools, we have a grant that is called the Fresh Fruits and Vegetable Program. Basically, in a nutshell, this is a program that students can get a snack twice a week in the form of fresh fruits and vegetables. And the difference between this and all of the fresh fruits and vegetables that we get normally for our programs is that we normally have to buy domestically because our programs support the U.S. economy, which makes total sense. For this grant, we are allowed to get fresh fruits and vegetables from different countries and expose the students to different things they normally wouldn't get. So this year, the schools participating in this program are Glacier Hill, Sandy, Copperview, Mid Valley, Midvale, and East Midvale. And we received a grant of about $147,000 to operate this. So they will get, aside from your regular apples, peaches, bananas, but they want dragon fruit or star fruit, things that normally you don't get at home. So the main goal is to, again, expose the service. Sometimes we just like messages or encouragement on bananas so that students in the middle of the day can drink something, or present it in a way that we may entice them to take a fruit or a vegetable like a dolphin. But of course, I think that the nice thing is when they look at the color and it's presentable and hopefully we're enticing students too. We also offer a snack program, which is tied to our Title I schools. We work in coordination with them. They're fantastic to work with, and we support this, providing snacks after the school day to support the academic programs that they run at those schools. And we do that from September until the end of the school year. And then they also have guidelines and regulations that we have to meet. We claim those, but students that participate in this program have that chance of getting a snack before they go home and have dinner. And we have pickup day here in the building, which is completely aside from the USDA umbrella.
Lots of good things about it.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I know. We recently had, so for a while, the cafe was closed because we didn't have any labor. We didn't have a manager or workers. But it's been now a few months since we were able to get a manager, Shawnee, and one of the workers, and maybe a little bit of background of where they came from. Shawnee was the head baker from Village Baker, so she's a fantastic baker.
Wow.
She makes our bread fresh every day and all of our baked goods. And Chelsea was one of her workers, so we kind of steal from them, but it was our gain. And they're very pleasant to work with. So they're ready to not only offer lunches or breakfast here in the building, but also if the other departments want to cater to us, they're ready to take on those orders and sustain catering from being here at the district office. Another thing that we really work on is in connecting the cafeteria to the classroom. Nutrition is such an important area of our life, and I do believe that it connects directly with academic achievement, that we want to tell students in every chance we have, make that connection that the food you eat will have an impact, not just for your immediate academic academic goals and attention span, but also, of course, building healthy habits in the future. So we always do promotions, so we can connect those principles from the cafeteria to the classroom. And this year, the promotion is called Power Up with a School Meal, and we invite all of our schools to participate in this. We align it, not on purpose, because we came up with the theme before the School Nutrition Association nationwide came up with their theme, but it happened to align with that theme for National School Lunch Week, so it worked perfectly. And that's what it is. It's just based on games, and what we're trying to do is getting off the screen and see that you can actually play in real life and eat fruits and vegetables and have that balance between the electronic games and actually getting physically active. A lot of our funding comes from, of course, the federal government, and the funding depends on our free and reduced percentages. The more students that we have qualifying for free and reduced, the more funding our department gets. So I want to give you the figures on where we are. For last year, there's a comparison right there. We're pretty much very stable. Our free meals or free students went up a little bit, and our reduced went down, but kind of balances. So we're very stable on what we are seeing for free and reduced percentages. Free and reduced is also tied to our community eligibility program, and there are some students that they don't have to fill out a free and reduced application to qualify for this benefit. Meaning if they receive free benefits through the state, whether it's through the SNAP program or the TANF program or any other program of the state gives them benefits, we get a list that we download at least once a month, and those students qualify for free or reduced meals automatically. So they don't have to fill out that application. And with that, we have a formula, and if the formula, which is 40% of the students at school qualified, directly certified to the state, we can offer free meals for the entire school for a cycle of 4 years. So that's the case for Cover, Midvale, Valley, and Middle. They have been on free meals for 4 years already. Now, the cycle ends at the end of this school year, and every year we work hard to bring up the data and see if we can recertify them. So far, for the past 3 years, we have not seen that data come to the minimum. So we're hoping that this year we'll see that, but if not, I want to mention that there is a chance that this may be the last year that those schools will have free meals forever, which will impact the community. We hear all the time how grateful people are that we can offer free meals at those. But of course, it doesn't depend on us, it depends on the state data, but we're going to monitor that very closely this year because we have until April 1st. To come up with that data.
So you gotta be 40%?
40% of the students qualifying for free and reduced have to be certified through the state through those benefits that the family gets.
And how close are we?
We've been, so we take all of the school percentages and then we average them. So we are, last year we were at like 36%. Very close, but not enough to certify. So we're hoping that that we see people getting certified.
So, Sebastian, is that, I mean, one thing, that occurred through the pandemic and whatnot is, so is part of that reflected in the fact, or the number of people that actually apply? Like, do we know there's families out there that may not want to apply because they're afraid for some reason or don't want to apply? And they're just counting on the fact that it's always been free. So, I mean, would it be helpful to campaign that, hey, regardless of what your status is, we need you to fill out the form, right?
So two things. So with this, they don't have to fill out the free and reduced form, because that's not what the data comes from. So if what they would have to apply is like, I'm going to take the SNAP program, for example. So if you go and you get food stamps or SNAP now,
that's how the state.
That's where the state certifies them. So I don't know if we can really campaign to.
Yeah, I was confused with what they do with free and reduced.
But you have a very good point. We have families, especially immigrant families, that they think that they wouldn't qualify for SNAP benefits, not knowing that they don't look at immigration status or they look at your income, your family size, and then you can maybe
They probably need some sort of a communication.
I know, right, that's.
Could we just communicate something, like, right, like, hey, here's information.
So when my kids were in school, there were a bunch of years that we did qualify for free and or reduced. But we didn't need to because we were able to pay for them. And there's a lot of other people that are in that same situation. They don't need to have the free or reduced, so they're able to pay. So I think that these numbers are skewed at least 4%, I would say, that there might be people out there that are in the same situation, that they might be able to, that they would qualify, but no one knows that they do. And so, I don't know how to resolve that, but it might be, this is a community help, you know, it's not singling your child out or anything, and it wasn't that we didn't do it, it's just that we didn't have a need, so we didn't want to take advantage where somebody else could have used it.
And that's very much the youth mentality, which is also, I mean, it's not a negative thing, but it's a very self-sufficient state that people want to take care of their own needs. But maybe we can work with communications, and I'm looking at you, sorry, because they're great, and do some type of communication.
So is there some type of state outreach we can partnership with, especially for these 5 communities?
Yeah.
Because it worries me, you know, the TANF or the SNAP, you know, that's where we need to, you know, is there something that other districts do that we can partner with?
Not that I'm not aware of, but I can find out. What I'm thinking is just, like, if we can have communication between those communities and say, hey, just information. If you think you qualify for this benefit, here is how to apply, or what you get.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's any reason we couldn't hand out flyers with information about SNAP, and we have information on Medicare, similar.
Information to the parents, I think that's probably where we can target this.
That'd be awesome.
Especially, I mean, we're seeing that this economy is really affecting some families, and you're right, they probably will qualify and they don't even know.
And it might be something that would really help them if they figure out that they do qualify.
Sebastian, last week I attended the school community council of one of the Title I schools. And there was a big concern there because where they've been the entire school free and reduced, a lot of the parents are not applying, partially because they think there's a stigma associated with saying, I can't afford to buy school lunch. And they just are making the assumption, and I don't know, you know, exactly what the principal is talking about, but she indicated that there may be other grants that come to the school based off of that same formula, and if you drop below the percent needed, other grants are in jeopardy as well. And I think it's more of an education process for the parents than anything else.
And I know that, I mean, again, communications are great. We partner also with them, and they have always remind people to apply for free reviews every single year through registration and throughout the year, so we can work something out and work together.
The school for community, the school leaders have school websites that we just plug into, make sure that we're getting, you know, information out over them.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, our goal is to get them recertified.
Parents first, then a big help here because we should go to our family in the language stream.
Yep.
And largely, the families who do need the reduced price and the free lunches are those who need the translation services.
I also want to mention, and this is not only true for CET school, but we're constantly continuing our advocacy efforts. So now at a federal level, to see if they would consider bringing back free meals for everyone in the school district. It also affects our debt that we see at the end of the school year, which we had a record high this year of how much people were in debt. So we're always advocating for that. Right, adult meals also, that didn't change this year. We have had them at $5. I just want to remind everyone that that's not just a number that we made up. There is a formula that the federal government uses. I know. I mean, some parents, I mean, not parents, faculty just thought, how come it went from $3 to $50 to $5? But there is an explanation. So there is a formula that the federal government gives us, which is the lunch reimbursement plus the value of the food, the USDA food, which is $4.86, and same for breakfast. So we need to make sure that basically our federal money is not subsidizing adult meals because that's not the intent of the program. So we are at 5 and 3, balancing out both of those, and hopefully hopefully we'll set a price for a few years in our second year doing this. But that's why we have to charge $5 for an adult lunch. And they get the same components that students get, so for that money, they get a fruit, vegetable, grain, protein, and a milk, which in my opinion, it's hard to get anywhere else for $5. So, and for breakfast, they can get 3 items, fruit and 2 additional items. Okay, current events for nutrition services. So you all know Union Middle, we are finally in the building, but we still don't have a kitchen. Or access to a kitchen. We have a kitchen, it's just we haven't been given access by the health department. But we successfully were able to distribute 795 lunches and 639 breakfasts during the first couple of weeks at the church parking lot. And I have to say, usually when we did this, when the schools went online and we had to still offer a meal, we've never seen this high of a participation. So we were very pleasantly surprised that people came up. On the first day, actually, because we served from 11 to 11:45, people were already lined up before 11 just to get a lunch and a breakfast. So we love that. We continue to serve stock meals at Union just because we still don't have access to the kitchen. As soon as we do, we'll go to a full menu. We're just waiting for the health department approval. And another event that I just want to bring up, but we have heard from some parents that they're concerned that students do not have enough time to eat after they get their meal. And they're seeing that the meals are good and that they want the students to eat, but they end up throwing it in the garbage because they don't have enough time or they want to go to recess and all that. So what we are thinking of, since this is all through some phone calls for some parents when we go to the community and talk to us, we want to do a survey to our whole community. And we're going to work on that this year and do the survey and really ask parents what's their perception or what are they thinking. Because we want to support always what the principals are doing in their schools. And we trust that they know why they do that lunch schedule that way, so that's our role to support. So before, what we've told these parents is before making any decisions, because it's actually not up to us to make up the lunch schedule, we want to have more data showing if this is really an issue or not.
Sorry to interject, but I know that in most of our schools, and I can't say that they do this in all of our schools, but a lot of our elementary kids, the alternative solution to that has been they are required to stay in the lunchroom for at least
Our wellness policy says 20 minutes after they get their meal.
correct, and before they're allowed to leave to go to recess. So that's really helped quite a bit.
And Alex, I think you're completely right. In fact, when we've been in the past with schools that had recess first and then lunch, we saw such a difference. Students calmed down, they had the time to eat, we didn't see much takeaway. But I mean, I have 2 kids in elementary school, and I happened to see them last week, and both of them did not finish their lunch because they wanted to go out. So because I was there and I was there addressing another issue, but I happened to be at their school, I told them, like, just get me at least 2 bites before they go. And they were like, Dad, really, you're making me.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm paying for this, you better eat it.
I was gonna say, this is something like a school community council could talk about, because when I was on SEC, we did change the schedule and flip it around like that, because it was just brought up that kids weren't eating and throwing it all away. So, I don't know, it's just an issue a school can address.
And again, we talk with principals, schools, there's a reason why they do things, so our goal is to support. But we at least want to have more data, seeing if this is really a math problem or if we are just hearing. And I'm only bringing this up because if we are hearing it, it may be soon that you will be hearing this. So that's our plan, that we are going to have that survey. That's it, that's the overview for our department. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Are there any questions or comments?
Andrew has one.
Oh, Andrew.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my appreciation to you, your staff, both at the district and at the schools. I've got 3 kids who eat school lunches in elementary and secondary school. And you guys are absolutely amazing. My kids love the food. I got to try some of the food. You guys are just phenomenal. So I just want to really express my appreciation at everything that you do, and especially the cost for the meals is easy on us as parents too. I mean, even with 3 kids in, so I really appreciate all that you guys are doing.
Thank you, Andrew. And that's one of our goals, is to always keep the charge for parents who have to pay as low as possible.
And I do want to say, I did not recognize that Andrew and Nancy are on Zoom. So even though they're not with us in person, they are joining our meeting. So, anyone else have? Mrs. Aguilar?
I also wanted to say thank you. I think you do an excellent job. I have 7 children, and my 6th is very picky and actually has some anxiety with food in general. And it's been the easiest thing in the world. He likes school lunch because you have so many choices. And so actually, we look at the menu every day before he goes to school. And if he chooses not to have school lunch, it's like, okay, it's going to be an extra 15 minutes while he decides what gets to go in his lunchbox. So, but for the most part, I think you just do a great job, because 9 times out of 10, he wants the school lunch. And as we go through those choices, I think you do a great job of providing variety and choice. Even at the elementary school level, there is enough choice and variety that typically kids can find something, even the pickiest eater, which he's the pickiest I've ever had, that they can find something. So I really appreciate that. I also really appreciate the discussion about the time, because I know my kindergartner, he must be one of those really excited to go play, because he's always like, by the time I go through the line, I don't have very much time to eat. So I think having that discussion about flipping is also really great. So.
Thank you. And you brought a really good point too, and remind me of something else, variety, because this year, we brought back the third menu option for elementaries. Normally, elementaries across the state, they have only 1 or 2 menu choices. A few years before pandemic, we brought a third menu choice just for those picky eaters that may want something else. So this year, since we're looking better on labor, we brought that back. But we also are working on, because we've had requests for non-pork items, at least to have every day a non-pork item available. And this year also, somebody suggested going to halal meal, which is not feasible based on the operations that we do, because they have this whole procedure on how you have to do food. But at least we want to make sure that we're offering non-pork for those students in communities that we need.
That's good. Okay, Mrs. Oaks, thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. It was great. And I honestly cannot imagine how much more time in the mornings our family would take if we had to do home lunches all the time. I'm really grateful for it. And when we had our youngest was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, I was really nervous about how school lunch would work. But I'm not kidding. Like, the nutrition information with school lunch is way more accurate than any restaurant we've ever been to. Like, it nails his dosage exactly, and I've been really impressed. That, and also the meal app that you guys use, he has that on his phone, and he knows exactly where to go and how to figure out his insulin and all of that. I've been really, really grateful. The other thing is, I have a high schooler that's celiac, and I'm curious about the process. She doesn't want to identify herself with the school that way, because she said that the kids that have to eat gluten-free, I guess that they've, if they choose not to go to the lunch line at some point, that the school kind of comes back to them and says, hey, we got the special for you guys. So I don't know how that works, if it's one of those, like, either you choose and you're consistent and you go all the time, or how that's communicated with the student. And that's always been a question mark for me.
Great question. And 2 things. First, I want to say thank you for your comments, and also thank you for allowing me to hire a dietitian for menu planning. Even though I am a dietitian, I know that I oversee so many things, that to have a dietitian who is solely dedicated to menu planning and to do special diets is what allows us to have the variety and make sure that we offer safe meals to all of the students. The second part on your question for celiac students. So this is more and more common than you think. So we are accommodating for gluten-free meals for hundreds of students as it is. And the process is very simple. For us to deviate from the guidelines, the federal guidelines to offer meals, we have to have a doctor's note or a recognized medical authority specifying that there is a need and what to substitute with. So we communicate, those parents contact us or students, and we communicate with the parents and inform them of the, everything needs to be sent to the doctor and get the form back. And once we get that, we do have to obtain specialized items, gluten-free items in this case, to supplement or to make sure that whatever we're offering is something equivalent, like a gluten-free pizza or a gluten-free hamburger bun or anything like that. But there is close communication with those parents because we don't charge extra for those items.
Oh, wow.
And as you know, probably, my wife
expensive,
Teresa
yes.
is gluten-free. Those are very costly.
Yeah.
But we don't charge that to the
Wow.
parents. The price of meals, if you qualify for free, it's still free, reduced. You pay 40 cents or 30 cents for breakfast, and if it's paid, you pay the $2 up to 25, depending on the secondary or elementary. But with that, we do communicate closely with the family, letting them know, are you planning to eat? Because we will prepare it, and we don't want it to go to waste.
Right.
So it really is on, our dietitian talks to the families, they tell them, okay, we're planning to eat on this day. Of course, we understand that maybe there's a sick day or something, but if they let us know first thing in the morning or let that cafeteria manager, we won't get the food ready, and that's how we deal with that. But it's not a very complicated
No, that's
process,
helpful to know.
but it does take communication and coordination between the families and our department.
Super admirable, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Milligan?
Watching your presentation, it looks like you've declared war on sodium. And yet,
Federal government has it.
and yet I look at the breakfast menu with fresh baked cinnamon rolls, and obviously you have not declared war on sugar. Is there anything in the making to do that?
Okay, good, excellent question too. So this goes back to the federal regulations. So our federal regulations right now, and the proposed rules are that they continue to reduce sodium. And we're concerned about that because my thing is, and my whole department is, if you're not gonna eat it, then no one's getting healthy.
Yeah.
The garbage is healthier, but not, if you don't consume it, nobody's gonna get healthy. And this is a federal guideline that we are advocating and fighting, for years now. We're trying to make them see that there is no further need for sodium reduction. And as it is, right now, our district does comply with the requirement. But we're hoping to stop it and not to go to the next tier, which they want to reduce the sodium even more. And the reason is, sodium, of course, aside from what the mineral that's good to your body, but it adds flavor to your meal. So if you lack of that, you have to increase something else. And you're right, we may increase on sugar sometimes, or sometimes in fat, because it has to be palatable and edible for the student. So we are actively working at a federal level. Every year I actually, and I appreciate that because I go to Washington DC and I advocate I meet with legislators for Utah, and we advocate to please look at this guideline and make sense out of it, to be honest. Because not just, sodium is not the enemy. Yeah, if it's under control and the guidelines, and which is what we want, to be okay. So yes, we are working on that, but it's not a district decision, it's a federal guideline that we have to accommodate. So the process is long, but we're fighting for it.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen?
I appreciate your presentation. It covered so much of your scope so that we can see exactly how involved nutrition is. And I think it'd be helpful if parents understood more of that as well, but they aren't going to pay attention along things. But I just wanted to give some feedback on flipping the lunch schedule. Our school did do that for a year and then flipped it back again. And the reasoning is those students that eat their lunches quickly still ate their lunches quickly. And then they sat in the lunchroom and bugged everybody else who was trying to eat because they couldn't go anywhere. So discipline became a problem in the lunchroom. We also had difficulty getting them off the playground and on a schedule into the lunchroom. So it did give them more opportunities to eat, but we felt like that the discipline problem increased and the scheduling issues far outweighed the benefit of having them eat the other way around. So we just have implemented, at least at my school, we implemented a section of the lunchroom where they could move if they weren't finished when the next group comes in, because usually that's what scoots them out. It's not even that they have to that they want to go out and play. Some kids are just slow eaters. So we had a section where they just pick up their tray and they just go sit over there until they're ready to go out. And at some point, they actually get chewed out because, you know, most of their lunches time has already been gone. There's some that hate going out in bad weather. They don't like cold. So they use a lot of those kinds of things. But I just wanted to say that it sounds like they would eat more, and in most cases, that may be true, but it isn't true for every student. And the ones that are fast eaters are just fast eaters. Some just don't eat much, and they've got so much energy and off they go. So just kind of a heads up, it causes discipline problems in the lunchroom, and then your lunch staff spends time disciplining.
Excellent point, and that's why we trust the principals actually.
Yeah.
They
We tried it.
decide what they do.
It's a great idea. Didn't work.
Okay, I think that's all, unless, Nancy, do you want to add anything? Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, Sebastian, we really
That's great.
appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B, Naval Junior Reserve Officers Training Course. And that's the ROTC at Jordan High School, and Jordan High Principal Bruce Eschler will present.
Nancy and Andrew, can you hear me? Okay, just want to make sure, teacher voice, right?
Teacher voice.
Okay, so thank you for letting me be here. This has been a long time in the making. It's kind of funny, I was looking, when I think about when this started, the conversation of a ROTC type program at Jordan High actually started back in the fall of 2021. And I was ecstatic, as Rick knows, to hear on August 1st, when I was in a meeting, he was texting me, he said, hey, can we chat? And I said, I'm in a meeting, it's important. He's like, you're gonna wanna step out. So when he called and gave me the news that the Navy had accepted our application and that we will be starting a National Naval Defense Cadet Corps at Jordan High School next year. So part of this presentation is kind of explain what that is, because it's a new acronym. I want to thank Commander Garcia. He presented a presentation to me that's going to kind of lead out as we talk about what is an NNDCC versus an NJROTC, and how are they similar, how are they different. I think most people are familiar with the junior ROTC model. So the first part of this presentation kind of talks about the difference of these two programs and how this is situated in the Navy. And we talk a little bit about how we see this situated at Jordan High School. So first, again, Navy National Defense Cadet Corps, NNDCC, okay? How is it similar? How is it different from a naval JORTC program? Basically, they are functionally the same program. Your instructors, your curriculum, your coursework is exactly the same. Both are under the Navy. They're, I think, and as we're going to see later in this presentation, I would consider this a phased approach and also an economic approach for the Navy to provide ROTC programs to high schools around the country. But the main difference is just cost. That's all that's really the only salient functional difference between an NNDCC and an NJROTC. Still like right? Okay. So again,
Close off your tongue.
Again, both programs have the same sorts of books, same curriculum, same instructor qualifications. Instructors typically are Navy or Marines that are retired, either within the officer corps or in the higher level enlisted, okay? They all have to have the same level of training, and there's a particular kind of professional development they have to go to. There's an endorsement they need to receive. The Navy suggests, regardless of whenever you're starting a program, you phase in the approach. So we look at branding, we look at hiring, we look at all of those things. We look at how do we get students into the system before, and so the reason why we're talking now is we want to make sure we make all the right decisions as we phase into this approach for next fall, okay? Then, when we also think of a phased approach for this, I go back to the economic piece. After year one, what does this mean? So an NMDC is not the end in of itself. The end goal for us is to get a Navy full JROTC program, because that comes on the Navy's dime, okay? Leon's gonna love this, the most, okay? The point is, our approach and our goal and the plan that I have for Jordan in this program is within 3 years, we can then phase into a paid program by the Navy. Okay? That's a program that currently West High has. They actually have had it since 1905, I believe it is.
Wow.
When you're the oldest high school in the state of Utah, Okay? So costs, a couple things to keep in mind. What are the costs for the district and Jordan High School moving forward? The main cost is an instructor. I appreciate he's not here, but I already thanked him earlier today. Everett Perry was able to decipher for Steve Diamond and I the Navy pay scale. Basically, when we look at an instructor, we're looking at 1 FTE. Okay, again, these are typically men or women who are retired from either Marines or Navy, and they get trained by the Navy. They have their particular salary schedule, whether it's unique to the Navy, but when you translate it over to our salary schedule, it's basically a teacher's salary. Okay, so we'll need 1 FTE for that instructor position for next year. There's additional costs. I've not been able to, in working with Commander Garcia and some others, pin down what the training cost is, because there's an endorsement they need to receive, but we anticipate it's, in the conversations I've had, it's similar to kind of just a summer PD. Other costs are similar to other athletic and other programs. Uniforms are about $300. West High's Navy already has reached out to me, and they said, because once you enter this, you become a part of a family. And they've already said, hey, we've already talked with our area manager, and he's looking to see if we can find uniforms for you once you guys are online. But hey, you need equipment, we're gonna look at that. But I would say the equipment costs are pretty minimal in comparison to some of maybe when we think about drill, cheer, other athletic programs, okay? Those of you who maybe had students, marching band, that's another one.
Yeah.
Okay? We're looking at like a $300 per cadet, about $8,000 initially just in equipment for flags, drilling equipment. The individuals I've spoken with indicate a good goal for that first year is 50 cadets. So that's why we see the 50 cadets, 15,000. And those costs really can be, we can approach in a variety of different ways. They can be added to the fee schedule. They could be things we fundraise for. They could be things that, again, like I said, there's this larger family that's already starting to look out for us, even though we don't have a program up and going yet, So I think, or those are costs we can, just say, hey, Bruce, you got to pay for them. We're going to pay for the instructor. You're going to pay for these costs with your school budgets. Like, I think the equipment costs I find to be very reasonable and easy to do. Curriculum, this is just kind of some of the curriculum activities that are available. Students take 4 years of courses, or they can take, they can say, you know what, I didn't necessarily know about this my freshman year. I want to take this my sophomore year. It's not required that you have to take all 4 years. It's not like a DLI program where it's like you start and you either continue or not. There are entry points at multiple different levels, and there's also benefits at multiple different levels. To graduate from a program, or at least have 2 years of a program, can see an increase in their enlisted status. Andrew could probably give us some additional, clarification of what an E1, E2, A3 means and what that means in real dollars, but there are multiple options. These are some of the curricular opportunities they have. When I visited the Naval Academy back in the spring of 2022, the emphasis the Navy has on STEM is remarkable. They have their own nuclear power plant in that, in that facility. So we also have some additional CTE tie-ins that I've already started having conversation with Janet Goebel regarding, and there's also the ability to get some PE credit, which is an amazing thing. Okay, so why an NNDC? Why did we go Navy? First of all, it's the Navy, no. Part of when I started looking at this back in the fall of 2021 is we're looking at a market of options. And right now, when we look at our surrounding districts, Jordan District, there's no comprehensive high school with an ROTC. Alpine, no comprehensive high school with an ROTC. Closest ROTC program, or junior ROTC program, is at Taylorsville High School with the Army. The second closest is Granger or West, depending on which way you're driving, okay? So we really, on this end of the valley, have an opportunity to add a program that is unique. In addition, regardless of the branch of the military, they have to look at their ability to, if I invest in this program here, is it going to be a great ROI for the Navy, the Army, or the Marines? And if they see they have competing ROTC programs in proximity, they're going to be less likely to accept an application. So when I started looking at the options, the Marines were off the table because they weren't accepting any programs at all. The closest one's actually in Roy. With the Navy, West is really our only program at a comprehensive high school in this state. We have some Army, we have some Air Force, and with our proximity to Taylorsville, I took Army off the table. Then in looking in just the programs in general, after paying a visit to Annapolis, I felt like the Navy really, with its STEM emphasis, better aligns with our district long-term curricular goals. In addition, because they have this phased approach of where you can get an NNDCC program, and after 3 years of showing that you have a enrollment of above 100 or more, that you have a strong program that's being successful, they'll then phase you into an ROTC program. I felt like, just strategically, that seems like a better option for us. We applied for both, just to be clear, because you always want to ask, right? And they made very clear that they don't have any, the Navy didn't have any money, just like everybody else, to to fund a new ROTC program. So that's why we went Navy. In addition, let's talk about some history. Talk about why even an ROTC program at all at Jordan High School. From World War I up to now, we've had beat diggers in U.S. combat. We've had beat diggers who've helped support the war effort here in the United States. We have a long tradition of patriotism, service to our country. I'd like to share just a couple interesting historical facts that, as I looked into our history, just kind of, they made me smile and just made me proud to be a beat digger. So back in 1918, the principal at the time changed the school slogan to "Buy Liberty Bonds and Gather Beats." We had clubs that were involved. The Charlonians, our drill team, back during World War II, were supporting Liberty Bonds. They were having kids bring in pennies, tin, paper, all to support the war effort. Those of you who are aware of the Great Beats Vacation that happened every year, part of that was to support the war effort. When you look at some of our graduates, two I'd like to mention: Ivan Ike L. Bills. Okay, I'm going to read a section from the Riverton Journal. Former naval gunner from World War II has been awarded the Silver Star posthumously. Bills was killed in action while serving on the USS Hugh H. Hadley during the Battle of Okinawa. And for years now, we have given out 2 scholarships in his name at Jordan High during Senior Awards Night for a male and a female athlete. Probably our most famous graduate, many of you know, Dr. Don Lynn, was a naval aviator before he went in to become a scientist, eventually an astronaut. So I feel we've got a great connection, not only with the Navy, but with the military in general. And when I talked with students, when I talked with SEC, when I talked with parents, when I just started kind of doing my own little qualitative survey of my community, an ROTC program seems like a great fit for Jordan High School. And I'd like to, let's see if I can get this to work. I brought a quote in case, I was here 2 weeks ago when we didn't get the YouTube to work. I'd also like you to hear just a few words from Midshipman Thomas Johnson. I came prepared, because last time I got a quote in case it doesn't play.
A little bit, turn it up.
This video actually was like completely not planned. This was something that like last year, when I was working with communications, we were trying to find,
It won't, because it's private system.
okay.
For the Zoom.
Well, we'll send it to you. So we were putting together some branding for Jordan High School, and one of my data points was actually talking with Midshipman Johnson. He was actually at the time when I initially reached out to him, he was on a mission for the LDS Church, and had deferred his starting point at the Naval Academy. I said, hey, you got the Naval Academy. We had another Jordan B. Dicker in the Naval Academy at the time. And I said, you tell me, like, how do you think a Navy program would fit in at Jordan High School? And he wrote me this wonderful letter. And then when he came back, I asked communications to sit down, interview him, kind of talk about what he loved about Jordan. So this is from Midshipman Johnson. When I was first investigating, let's see, where is it? Right here. Okay. I'm not entirely sure the rigors of the Naval Academy's plebe summer or plebe year can be 100% prepared for. It's meant to be a positive pressure with a purpose. And just as context, I mean, if you know anyone who's been in the Naval Academy, plebe summer, that freshman year is grueling, okay? That's what, so like, what does he mean by plebes? That's just what they call it. I don't know the acronym, so. However, the Navy can fix a midshipman who doesn't quite meet the physical standards. They certainly know how to get people in shape. They have lots of ways to help someone that's struggling with the academic program or even the emotional strife. It's the intangible attributes of leadership the Naval Academy can only enrich, not produce. The Naval Academy's mission statement is not to produce midshipmen with mental, moral, and physical qualities, but rather to develop midshipmen mentally, morally, and physically, and to imbue them with the highest ideals of duty, honor, and loyalty in order to graduate leaders who are dedicated to a career of naval service and have potential for future development in mind and character, to assume the highest responsibilities of command, citizenship, and government. The Naval Academy only has developed, not produced, the traits I gained at Jordan from the wonderful staff student body I learned with. I thought that was such an eloquent way of tributing his alma mater. Okay, so now how do I get... Okay, so now you know a little bit about why, how we see it fit, where do we see this going, okay? These are some additional benefits. For time, I'm not gonna go over them, but basically, as we know, an ROTC program has significant leadership opportunities for the students who are involved, has a significant service opportunity, has a significant opportunities to, again, be part of something that sometimes, when I talk with the principal of West High School, he says, there's some kids who are involved in this program that I don't think would be involved anywhere else, okay? So I think I'm gonna, for time's sake, kind of skip that. So next steps, once we get the final approval from the board and the district that we can start moving forward, we want to start ironing out that job description for an instructor. We've already reached out to communications to start brainstorming ways that we can get the word out that Canyon School District will have an ROTC program starting next school year that 9th through juniors can apply to. I'm sorry, incoming 9th graders through juniors can apply to. In addition, I've already asked ISD to start looking at the naval coursework so we can make sure that all the curriculum is approved. Even though it's been approved by the state level, we need that local approval to make sure there's nothing in there that we have any concerns with. We market, we get the word out. In the spring, we continue marketing, we finalize enrollment, we get that first group of cadets all ready and excited for the coming school year. We hire our instructor, we order our equipment. I've already got the room set aside that we're going to use. Navy suggests one for storage, one for class, so those are all ready to go. We get our instructor prepared, trained, and so then we have a great kickoff for the start of the new school year. Okay? 5 years from now, or 3 years from now, what are my goals for this program? Maintain a program of over 100 cadets. West High's at 120. I think we can do better. Okay, they're great, but let's push that. Okay, successfully transition to a paid program. Leon will like that. Okay.
Yes, he will.
Yes. Establish new traditions with this program for Jordan High. For the district, because again, this is not just a Jordan program, this is a district program. I haven't highlighted that enough, but let me make that clear. All of the schools that have such programs do have the ability, similar to DLI, for students who are involved at other high schools to still participate, and we can figure out ways to make that happen. Similar like we've done with those schools that don't have marching band, okay? Okay. Enhance the STEM programs that complement this program. Again, get up to 120 plus, and if we get to that level, then at that point, we can also have the Navy pay for a second instructor. That's what they're like right now. West High, I talk with the principal, he says one of the best things about this program is I get 2 teachers for free from the Navy. Okay, so celebrate that first group of cadets who go from freshman to sophomore year. I'd like to do something particularly special for them. And then we look forward to participating in the greater ROTC community and family here in Utah and nationally. A couple thank yous. Dr. Robbins, go Navy, and Dr. Dowdle, who's not here, and Leon in particular, those 3, like when I initially was looking at this, there's an email I still have when I sent back out in December of 2021 and say, hey, I've done some research. Do I have to go ahead to keep looking, to dig deeper and look what this would cause? And again, thank you, board, for your support. As I've had conversations with you over the years about this potential program, I've felt all the love and all the support regarding this. A couple of shout outs, Mark Peterson, Naval Blue and Gold officer. He's actually a recruiter for the Naval Academy. He and someone he connected me with in Colorado, Lieutenant Colonel Kel Allen, has been so supportive and in helping me kind of understand just the politics of the process. Again, Susan Edwards.
She's not here today.
I want to thank her for reaching out to our elected officials to get their support for this program. Again, my own school, my SEC, my BLT, my teachers, my admin staff. This is a team effort. This is not like my project. This is our project. Okay, Midshipman Thomas Johnston, and then go Jordan, go Navy. Questions?
Mrs. Pedersen.
I have a question. First off, I am fully in support of this particular program, despite the fact my family has an Army background. I won't hold that against this program. I just think being involved in the military is a benefit to, in any branch, is such a benefit to the community and to the participants in the particular program. But my question is, okay, so I'm trying to visualize, is this classroom a one period thing? They come for one period, or is it a block of time? I'm trying to visualize a student's day.
So student's day would be, it's one class a day, and
Okay.
it's extracurricular activities, but similar to kind of like a team.
Okay.
There's some teams where they have a class and then they also have different competitions.
Right.
Yeah, great question. So students would take, again, if they go through the full 4 years, they take Naval Science 1 freshman year, 2 sophomore year. So it occupies a year-long course in their schedule.
So it becomes an elective?
It becomes an elective with some PE credit the first 2 years.
I pushed that.
Yeah.
The fact
No,
that
yeah,
it
and that's what they,
replaced,
and that's actually
because-
something that we learned from West High. They were able to get approved. They were able to identify which PE courses in the, graduation requirements it also covers.
Okay, because I think that's a selling point, because not everyone's into sports. Yet this does have a very heavy physical component to it,
Yes.
and it should qualify. Okay. Thank you for answering the
A
question.
student who has completed 2 years of these courses would have all but their lifetime fitness PE course, because that's its own special course in the state of Utah that, like, I don't know if anyone can get waived for anything. Right? Parents,
Through that. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other?
Andrew wanted to.
Oh,
Of course,
Andrew,
Andrew's gonna say something.
Mr. Edel?
Oh, and Nancy.
So Andrew and Nancy.
Yeah, so you may know that I've had some affiliation with the military, but I was also in a cadet program, a different cadet program when I was a teenager as well. So I'm really, really excited about this program. It was really good for me when I was a teenager. I did want to point out with that the programs I've seen also had good male and female representation. I know every now and then there's a stigma that that military things tend to lean male, but the experiences I had as a youth, granted that was quite some time ago, but did have a really good male-female mix with that, and so I think it's a great program for that. And then I also wanted to point out that there's a lot of opportunities we have for opportunities and integration with both the Army and Air National Guard, which have really pretty close proximity to Jordan. And so even though this is a Navy JROTC program, and the military branches like to poke fun at each other when it comes to supporting youth, potential recruits, or even just people who are just going to be good citizens, the military doesn't discriminate based on what the program is. And so in addition to everything this offers, it can also offer other unique opportunities, such as opportunities to fly on military aircraft and to see and do really cool things. And really, regardless if the students choose to join the military in the future or not, it'll be a significant enrichment for their lives.
Great, thank you, Andrew.
And I thank you, and I'd like to reiterate, as I've had conversations with kind of my collaborators, they have reiterated that regardless of what program you have, the military community does see these as a benefit for all their programs. So like Andrew's pointed out, that even the recruiters I've already talked to about, when I was looking at this, like, that's great, because if they go the military route and they complete all the coursework, they can get a step up on their pay scale initially. It's a little bit different. The Navy and the Air Force gives you a higher step up than the Marines and the Army, but so you can start a little ahead. But even if you don't go that route, there's nothing but positives, and all of the programs or all the wings of the military have been very receptive as we've discussed it.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Teeny.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. And thank you, Dr. Eschler. This is really exciting and a fantastic presentation. I had some questions and you answered them all as you were sharing the information, so I appreciate that. But you mentioned, as far as the cost, that it was similar to the marching bands that we've had as district programs. And so I would be interested in when this comes back for kind of a second reading and possible, board action on it, and having maybe a financial plan that for the district to consider at least providing support for the startup costs, and then maybe what some ongoing student fees might be, kind of as this progresses from year to year to year. So that's just kind of my question and comment, but I'm excited about this. It sounds really wonderful, and like it will provide something that will give some for the whole student body of Jordan High, as well as the students that choose to participate in the program.
Thank you. I can meet with Tom and we can figure out like what that fee schedule would look like. We actually have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow.
I do think the startup cost will be substantially less than a marching band.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have all the instruments. Okay, yeah, any other questions or comments?
My only comment that I want to add is that you didn't mention this, but I like the fact that it's going to be a positive example of the military in the lives of our community. Because they struggle to be a positive influence in our communities because of various reasons. But I think this is going to be very beneficial, not just to Jordan, but to all of the districts to say, hey, we have a program and to build patriotism and loyalty to our country.
100%, and I appreciate you, I don't see, I mean, again, I'm a beat digger, I'm gonna, go Jordan, but I do see this as not only a benefit to Jordan, but a benefit to the district as a whole.
I think so too.
This is a,
Yeah, so recently, I've been involved with the Gold Star Families Memorial for the Draper City, and they were so excited when I told them that we were going to have this unit at Jordan. And because we've had to go outside of our district to have people come and do some of these ceremonies and other things. But while we're on that topic, because I agree with Ms. Hutterson on that, it's important for us to promote patriotism and help our kids understand how critically important those men and women who serve our country are and what a difference that they make. While we're on that subject, I'm just wondering if we could get a quick report, since it just barely happened this last week, on Constitution Day and how that went, or maybe in the future, like, I don't know.
I don't know if our school performance folks want to talk about. So we put out some curriculum, a video on the Constitution on Friday, and then some suggested resources for schools to use. So it was observed. The actual day was Sunday. I was all sorts of confused on my calendar. I had this coming Sunday. It was this Sunday, and we observed it on Friday. So I don't know if you guys want to add anything, McKay or Alice, that other than all the reports I got were positive.
Yeah, very positive reports. I don't know that I have any specific to share.
Well, so was it that all the students watched the video, or did the schools have their own, like, assemblies
Well,
or ceremonies?
last year, I didn't get to any of the assemblies. In the past, we've had veterans and different groups visit the schools. We've kind of left it up to them to decide, but it was not an option to not observe or not celebrate the day, so.
The materials that we provided them were similar to what we provided last year. Not similar, they basically were the exact same materials, where there's a really great video that they show at the beginning of the school day or sometime throughout the day. Most of them did it at the very beginning when they're doing their the Pledge of Allegiance. I was thinking national anthem, that's all those runs from. And they do that, and then there's a lot of curriculum resources that were provided that they can utilize throughout the day within their classes. I know specific schools have assemblies, Sunrise Elementary always does their, very patriotic, Sunrise, right? And it's just amazing, they have all these veterans there, and they all stand up, and they're recognizing the kids are handing them little flags, and they're waving them, and it actually is quite an emotional thing to be a part of and to watch. Having never been a part of a military branch or anything like that, it just really strikes the heartstrings of just helps you to remember and realize how blessed we are to live in this country. And it's easy for those kids to experience that and see that, because oftentimes I myself have never really seen what war is, if that makes sense, and start to see things like 9/11. I never forget teaching that fourth grade class when that actually was taking place, and trying to calm a bunch of fourth graders and helping them to understand things that are there, and talking about the men and women that are out serving and protecting, and those types of things that are happening on a consistent, especially on a wonderful day that we have the chance. There are a lot of great things that happen. Other schools have the streets lined with flags, celebrating, and really great things that happen.
I would love to know that, in part because Governor Cox just recognized the month of September as Constitution Month, right? And we get a lot of questions from our elected officials, right? And I'm actually really excited to share with them that we're going to have this program at Jordan. I think there are a lot of them that will be really excited to hear that. As a side note, in some conversations I've had with various local school administrators and in thinking about it, just as a school board member, one of the big concerns I have, and we can talk about whether or not there's any interest, I just want to gauge whether there's interest from the board to talk about this more, but one of the subjects that I do not think is getting covered enough, and there's various reasons for that, but is the Holocaust. And increasingly, something that is being seen across the country is this idea that the Holocaust is an issue and that people will present it with pros and cons. I would submit it's a fact. There's very few historical events that have ever taken place that have been more historically documented than the Holocaust. And part of my concern about that is partially because we sometimes have students that use symbols from that time period of history in a way that is flippant or careless without them realizing the seriousness of it. And I personally, as a board member, would love to see us, whether it's we have a day of remembrance or some sort of event or just a dedicated effort for all of our secondary schools at least, to make sure that that is being taught and reminded to our students. I mean, every time I hear about one of those incidents, my heart sinks, but I know these aren't bad kids. I know that they're not trying to hurt anyone, but then I wonder, why is it they don't understand? And I feel like part of that's our responsibility. I know there is a movement, and you see it even with the College Board, teach less about World War II and some of the events that happened in Europe. I have my own concerns about that. Curriculums are shifting and changing, but I don't think in good conscience as a board, we can allow these kids to be going through our schools without understanding the significance of what happened. So anyway, that's just, I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on that, so.
Well, I mean, what about if we could have some kind of report on, like, what is being taught? Where are the classes, like, what are the classes, what's the curriculum? And
American
we could talk
history,
about that.
It's like AP US history, for instance. This has come up in our family recently because I have my third child is taking that class. Wonderful teacher, phenomenal teacher. She has a very high pass rate. But the boards that sit on the College Board are increasingly steering away from discussions about major military conflicts and more towards political movements that have taken place in the United States. So my eldest son, who would have probably gone to Jordan High School for this program, by the way, Bruce knows him, he worked with them. He wanted to be in the Navy. He's very, very patriotic, and he lamented with his teacher, why are we not covering more information on World War II? They had maybe 1 or 2 days was all. And her, she explained to him, this is the curriculum they send me, this is what's being addressed. But I think somewhere in the mix, our kids are not coming away with a solid understanding or appreciation for why certain events that happened during that time period are so serious and why we need to understand and appreciate them as a society. So anyway, but I agree. I mean, maybe looking a little bit deeper at what some of our curriculums are not covering would be worthwhile.
Yeah. Okay, we can add that to the agenda. So I think Andrew had a comment. Let's go back to Navy and then Mont and then Holly, I guess. Andrew, do you still have a comment?
I just wanted to make a quick comment about the Constitution Day. I happened to be at East Sandy Elementary. They had individual discussions about the Constitution. And as I was passing by one of the halls, I was actually invited into the kindergarten class. So from 5th grade down to kindergarten, they were talking about it and applying it to relevancy in their lives. And so kudos to them. I thought it was really good.
Great, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. Mont?
Yeah, so many things. I'm just trying to figure out where to start to make sure that I don't get just a lot of nothing being said. But Amanda, first of all, I want to thank you for your comment with regard to the Holocaust. More and more I'm hearing people deny the very existence, very fact that it did happen. And I find that very, very scary for so many reasons. Second, I would like to go back to Constitution Day. I don't know if I fell asleep in that part of the board meeting, but I felt like I was very, very poorly informed as to what was going on in our schools this year. Probably less this year than I have ever felt before. And maybe it's my fault because life gets busy and I kind of kept going and I did not ask questions. But I would like to make sure that Constitution Day does remain a priority in our schools. There are so many people that I've heard, I had a former tax client, and you can guess why he's former, tell me that the Constitution was a tired old rag.
Oh, wow.
And that's all I had to really bite my tongue hard on that one. But I think that we need to make sure that people not only celebrate Constitution Day, but they know that there's a lot more to the Constitution than just the first 10 amendments. Because people think that if they know what the Bill of Rights is, they know the Constitution, which is a fallacy. And third of all, Bruce, I commend you. I think you've shown so much integrity in making this happen. Looking at the organizations that support our country. Last, I guess it was summer before this one we just finished, when we went to the Gold Star event in Sandy City. There was a gentleman that spoke, and I talked to him a little bit afterwards, and saying the military today is a whole lot different than the world I grew up in. I drew the lucky number 26 in the first lottery that was drawn for the draft. They were drafting well into the 200s. I was what they called at the time draft bait, okay? And we had a discussion about how much the world has changed, that we were compelled to serve. The people that serve now are volunteering to serve. And his comment to me was, because of those who were compelled to serve and did serve, the people today have the choice to serve or not. And I wholeheartedly appreciate the program that you're looking at to give people at least an educated choice to make. People can go through your Navy, okay, I got the first word in there. But they can go through that in high school and choose not to become a military person. And I think that's commendable to where they at least understand what the military is and what an important force it is to keep our country free. It's an amazing organization, does a lot of good stuff, and without it, we would be totally lost. I think it's also somewhat sad that you stop and look at what has been referred to the greatest generation, those who fought in World War II. Those that are left are pretty much all well into their 90s and some older. We will not have that generation with us at all in another 10 years. And so, you know, I think that we look at making sure young people understand that it is a privilege, it's an honor, unlike what it was when I was in my early 20s, and I would see my friends come back from Vietnam and have them be spat upon, rotten fruit thrown at them. So thank you for putting some dignity back into service in our country's military.
Thank you. And I 100% agree that there are students who will be impacted by this program in the sense that it helps them get on the path military service that they were already on. And maybe some that gets them into military service that they didn't know what they were on the path. But for some of our students, it's going to provide, and I think for the student body in general, an appreciation and an understanding of what it means to stand up and pledge allegiance to that flag, to consider those men and women in uniform. I mean, you speak of the greatest generation. I was lucky enough and fortunate enough to be the youngest grandchild on my mom's side. So I had two uncles, not great uncles, uncles, who fought in World War II. And even just the other day, I had this moment where I was looking through my phone and I'm like, ooh, Austin. For some reason, I was searching somebody else named Austin. At a moment, remembered he's not with us anymore. But the things he taught me, the things that those members of the military within my family and within my friend circle growing up have changed my life and given me appreciation not only for their sacrifice, but also for this country. And I think we have the opportunity to extend that. When we think about the benefit of school is not only educating reading, writing, arithmetic, but it also, we think about what students will learn from their association with this program and what that means to be an American. I think it's going to be tremendous.
Thanks. I think this is a great program. I'm interested and excited about the opportunity to also communicate it with our other high schools who have students that would be interested in this pathway. So what are we considering? And I had to step out, but did you already go over that? What are we doing as far as communicating to their high schools? Because there will be kids in other high schools that would be wanting to permit in for this.
And from what I've seen from, again, Granite School District, Salt Lake City School District, their experience with their programs is there's typically a core of students that are from the school that they're in, because it does become tricky to fit all 4 of the classes into your schedule.
Right.
So that's where I think that when you're looking at, so what we'll be doing as we design that schedule initially, especially for that first year, we'll look at having periods at the beginning of the day so we can actually offer, because that's typically what we see with DLI. So currently right now I have Spanish DLI at my school that serves not only Jordan students but also Alta students. And so we try to look at scheduling DLI in a way that when we have students who are going to be coming, can they have an easy entry point within the school?
Great.
And so we look at things like that, how that works. Again, I hope for us, as we grow, then we may need more instructors. So part of that is also figuring out which instructor has a morning schedule versus an afternoon schedule. So we'll be looking at those factors.
Great, so they can have a hybrid schedule where they're at their home school and
Yeah.
And how are we communicating that? Is the very first ones that are part of this maybe ROTC, or they're going to be doing some little presentations at the other high schools and letting them know, because we do really want to it's hosted by Jordan, but it's a district program, right? So
we have not figured out the communication piece to that yet, but communications, they've been great partners, and so we'll add that to our list of items to flesh out once we kind of finally get the brand, get it out, get it on a website, start sending out the postcards and letting people know how they can interface.
Awesome, I love it. We'll
hire the teacher first.
Yes, it'll be a great program, and thank you for your presentation. I did just want to briefly, although it doesn't necessarily have to do with Dr. Eschler, the fact about history and history being taught in school. Both my kindergartner and second grader came home on Friday with a little Constitution Day booklet that they had colored and read about what the Constitution is. And my second grader last week was talking to me all about September 11th and the attack on the Twin Towers, and actually gave a pretty great summary of what happened. So I am grateful to hear there's wonderful teachers teaching history, even to my second graders. So, but I do appreciate and would also welcome more reporting on that as well, because as we all know, there is, I do think, the amount of information, especially at the middle school level with changed curriculum, at the middle school level, if you ask your middle schooler, roughly when was World War I and World War II and who was involved and things like that. So I do think we have some ways to go on that.
So thank you so much. I think the board is very supportive. So I do think this is something we need to vote on. So I'm wondering if you can bring this back to the next meeting as a second reading possible action, because I think the board will need
mini version, you won't have to go through all that.
And bring back what Nancy, suggested.
Yes, the startup fee.
Startup costs and proposed student fees.
You did say you've been working with the Navy guys to get an official process, and as soon as we get that back for sure, he just doesn't have that yet.
Okay.
But yeah, the two pieces, uniforms, equipment, I can tell you that, we can have that for the next board meeting.
Okay.
I hope this is the hardest vote I ever have to make.
I
like it.
And if you want to bring back any communication pieces for the rest of the district,
Good.
as far as advertising
Well,
the
and
program.
I think obviously you planned it so we could draw from other districts as well.
Yeah,
Yes, 100%.
it's great.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so the next item, board, is, gonna have to be short.
Told you we should have started.
No, you're right. Whenever we start, we'll fill the whole time pretty much. Okay, so this has just two pieces to it. The first, thing is I just wanted to talk to the board about the USBA annual conference, which is in January, because I wanted to propose that we stay overnight at Little America, but I wanted to see what you guys thought about that. And so I have stayed overnight with USBA since I was an officer. And it really, like, I personally think it really does change, like, the feel of the conference. I mean, we just did Academy where you did stay overnight. I mean, there's just more time. There would be more time for us to talk as a board, to build relationships, even to talk with other board members. But it's up to you guys if you, I mean, it's up to us as a whole. Would we want to stay or would we not?
I'm assuming that along with your proposal, you've come up with what a budget would be to do that.
Yes,
Because
for
we
sure.
are spending taxpayer money, and I
Well,
would
the
like to
board
make sure
has a
this is a highest and best use of taxpayer money.
True, that's true. I do not have a budget because I don't know the price, but our board does have a budget. We never even get close to spending it, so
Whether there's a budget or not, I still think we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're using all district funds for highest and best use.
yeah, that's true. I agree, 100%. Yes, Amanda?
So I can totally see the merit behind both approaches. Honestly, there's a part of me that wonders whether or not it would be worthwhile for us at least to schedule a dinner together one evening that we're up there.
So see, both nights, there's already dinner.
Oh, I guess they already have
So
They already
separate
did.
dinner.
We already have
Right,
dinner.
okay, so I know some
So-
boards actually will go out and have a separate dinner together, but anyway. But because we've been scheduling some travel to go on site visits, to go
Yeah,
see some of
which
these
is
other
pretty much,
schools
yeah.
and get ideas, I'm a little bit reticent about spending money on it, at least this year. But I wouldn't be opposed to it in the future.
Yeah, and those
That's
trips
true.
did just come up.
They did just come up. I think
in the
that's,
last
I think
couple
that's a good factor, important factor to mind.
Okay, anyone, Nancy or Andrew, do you have any opinion on it, or are you fine if we, I mean, and I'm fine if we don't do it this year, I just think it's something that
Are we
we should
doing it
talk
at the
about.
same
There
location?
are other districts within Salt Lake County that do stay there. So it's not like we'd be.
I think that every opportunity that we've had to spend some additional time together has been beneficial for me. At least I feel like I've gotten to know each of you better. And so while I don't necessarily have a strong opinion on this one specifically, I do want to lend my support to opportunities that we have to, have those discussions and those opportunities to talk and to get to know each other outside of these meetings, and any opportunities that we have of that, I think it makes us a more effective board.
Thank you, Andrew, I appreciate that. Nancy?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I was just thinking Thursday evening, it's just a keynote speaker and there's not a dinner as part of the conference. I know that the board of directors traditionally meets with the State Board of Education. So I can see it both ways, and I think, it'd be interesting to get an idea of the cost and maybe talk about it in our budgeting process.
And And I mean, I do think we just stayed, up at Academy. So maybe we do think about staying there on the off year of Academy or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up. Okay, so we have 10 minutes, and I've asked board members, okay, I was gonna give you 3 minutes, but now you only have 1 minute. 1 minute
Pick your
each
favorite thing.
of, like, what was, the best thing you learned at Academy to share.
What was your takeaway?
Yeah, and, are you ready? I will start with Holly.
I have like 12 things, but micro-credentialing was really awesome. The board committee work, I thought it was interesting. There's quite a few boards in our state that have board members chair committees. We have a lot of district leadership team members that are chairing our committees. But I did think about, as the discussion ensued, how that could be helpful if we have some board members chair some of our committees, maybe especially some of those pertaining to even just like the long-range planning. We really do have things coming up that we should probably put some deadlines on. And so maybe it would be helpful to have a board member also helping with setting the agenda, because I know we're looking at so many things, but we need to focus in, prioritize, and, there's some things that I think have a quicker timeline. I really appreciate it. I had great discussion with Frank Schofield in Logan City School District. Super excited to share a couple of those things, but I don't think I have the time, so I will share it later in an email.
You can send an email or your board report.
Yeah, and then one last thing really quick. When we're talking about the USBA conference downtown, I agree with everything that's been said. Parking is an issue there.
It's horrible.
Parking is horrible. There's usually a snowstorm.
Yeah,
Just
so
remember that.
feedback, especially to Mont, who serves on the board there. I think the parking, if there's something that can be addressed, not only was it hard to find a parking spot, half the time my ticket wouldn't work to even get out of the gate.
I know, I couldn't get
I
out.
can tell you that has been addressed for the last 10 years.
It
at least.
just opened up
It is a problem.
So, we need to, change it, I guess. I don't know how to change it, but,
Well, just to make it worse, I got sideswiped.
oh my gosh, did you?
It was
That's
right
after you bought it, right?
Brand
Oh,
new,
no.
so,
That parking
In the
lot is
parking lot?
awful.
yeah,
That parking lot is so cramped, the uncovered parking lot is so
it's
cramped.
just hard to find any place to park, it's
Yeah,
impossible.
so I think that's something that, so when you were saying overnight, I was thinking, well, maybe that would help with parking, honestly.
Because you
That's
park and then you don't have to
Find one
find
and
a
you got
parking
it.
spot every day.
That's right.
Track.
That was the biggest pain.
Track
We all ride
right
track.
in front of the hotel.
I
too.
bet.
Okay, Amanda? Oh, Andrew?
Oh,
Do you
sorry,
wanna
Matt.
go?
So my biggest takeaways from that, the speed networking session was fantastic. We discussed board unity, had some good ideas with that. We discussed attendance and some of the things that some of the other districts have done to help promote attendance. And then we had some spirited discussions on AI as well, how board can use AI, how teachers can use AI, and so some things like that. And then the crucial conversations workshop that we had was also really good. And I enjoyed the Leadership Academy. It was great.
Okay, thank you. Amanda?
I loved Rob Smith's presentation.
that was
It's so sad he's retired. I feel like it's a loss for all of us in the state, actually. But, and I really, Frank Schofield, again, like, he actually shared that Logan City, when we're talking about compulsory education, Logan City has their own city ordinance as a backstop for that kids are supposed to be in school, like during school hours, which I thought was fascinating, that as a municipality, they can have that rule. And I thought, wow, I don't know if most of our cities even know that. So I thought, you know, if the legislature doesn't kind of move forward, maybe that's an approach
We
we
should work
should
with our
take.
5 cities.
Yeah, just have, I mean, some of them have come to
I know,
us and
only
said,
five.
why aren't these kids in school? What can you do about it? And maybe those are the ones we start with, right? So.
That's
I like
interesting. Yeah, I had never thought of
He
that.
said that it's not like, it's not the first line of defense that they go to, right? And they work with the kid, they understand their file really well, but if they feel like they are not making any progress and this child really is at risk, they will work with the city and then move it forward, so.
Interesting.
Well, they used to have an ordinance saying you couldn't be out after a certain amount of time to cut down on toilet papering. We got caught doing that once, and that was wasn't littering or anything else. This is when I was a kid.
Only once? I am so
I only got
disappointed.
caught, I only got caught once. The other time was by the mother, and she made us come back the next morning and clean it up after our slumber party. But you know, ordinances do help give a neutral support for
Yeah.
being where you need to be
Yeah.
at the time you're supposed to be.
Okay, Mom.
I would agree with Amanda on Rob Smith, absolutely stellar presentation.
Yeah.
The first one I attended was, put on by the Jordan School District, and it was the Power of Positive. It was absolutely awesome. And, it kind of focused on, we need to be positive, and we are so fortunate to have the, communications department we have.
Yeah.
Because they keep us pretty much positive on whatever's happening. Attended with the TED Talks on the last morning, went to a presentation from Cody Hughes, the superintendent in Juab County. He talked about, I know you guys have got some fancy name, but I can't keep everybody's continuing ed names straight. But he talks about continuing ed for teachers, and that they have he took over from their former superintendent.
Micro-credentials, yeah.
Isn't that right? He took over from his predecessor in Juab County, who started the deal. But teachers can go through a block or a stack of micro-credentials and come up with enough to move them up the pay scale, but it expires after
3 years.
3 years, and then they have to go back and do it again, but they can move themselves up the pay scale, which is very helpful. And I thought that was something that, you know, if we could get a hold of somebody who may have even started this before, that he could share that with what we're doing, would be probably a great deal. And this may sound very, very self-serving on my part. Golf is a game, right? And people think that you're out there wasting your time, hitting a little ball and walking around just shooting the BS with somebody. That's bovine stool, if you didn't know what that stood for. But Rick and I wound up with the superintendent of Granite School District and one of their board members in a foursome. I will tell you, I have never learned so much before walking around for a few hours and talking about what things are going on. They talked about their medical facilities or clinics and what they are doing with those, and how much that has enhanced employee satisfaction, how much that has saved the district financially. Very, very much worthwhile. And maybe not on such a positive note for them, but it made me feel almost good about our budget overages on a couple of the last two high schools we finished. I asked the question, I wonder if I should have, but I asked how they were doing on Skyline.
So painful.
I think they referred to it as a black hole. Cypress was in on that same conversation, and they are at 200 million plus.
And counting.
And counting.
And it won't be done, yeah, it won't be done for 5
Well,
years.
you guys, I saw in the newspaper that, for the Salt Lake is estimating 600 million to rebuild West and Highland, 300 million each.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it was a very, very worthwhile time. And with that, I would say, I would encourage other people in 2 years to, when they sign up, go play golf.
No, can we just ride along?
No,
I'll pull you.
it's a scramble format.
Yeah.
You've always got some gorilla with some big gorilla that can hit the ball a mile. No offense, Superintendent. And so you don't have to use your own drive. They use mine a few
I
times.
let him kid everybody, he's pretty good himself.
He likes to practice.
But it's a very worthwhile time to go out and mix it up. Don't just play with your own district. Play with somebody from elsewhere in the state, and it gives you time to communicate. And on the putting greens, trust me, a blind squirrel finds a nut occasionally. Anybody can have a putt roll in the hole. So don't be embarrassed. Go out and do something and play. You've got 2 years of practice.
Okay, got some lessons going. Hey, Karen.
Well, we've said some of the same kinds of things. I want to build on the micro-credentials idea. Rick and I have already kind of talked about, there is kind of a separation in the ESP area for aides, where if they have a degree, they get paid more than those ones that don't, which I think is appropriate because they do have the training, but they're doing the exact same job. Having training or not having training does not change what they're able to do for our students. But now it's created kind of a caste system. So we were discussing a possibility of maybe using the micro-credential idea for our ESPs, where they could get training in their specific area, in nutrition or in safety or wherever that is, because there's thousands of courses, and that they too could earn a way to move up. I think it's worth looking at. I don't know how feasible it is, but I think it was Rick's idea. But I think it's a really, it's a really great idea.
If you look at the logic in it, a couple of things it does. One, it's a great retention strategy, right? Because you can make it unique to the district, so it's not transferable to other districts, right? So that was part of the original intent with it. And then second, you can build in core credentials that are just unique to our strategic vision and what, we want out of all of our employees. And then from there, then they can choose specific stackable credentials that are related to their field of work. So they, it's more in their course and their own field. But that would be similar, instead of saying, hey, you got to go out and get a bachelor's degree or go out, because they're not going to, right? But to Karen's point, if they're doing the same job, then it might help create an advancement pathway that.
Well, we have a ceiling. Once you're an ESP and you're placed on the lane, it's difficult. I perceive that it's difficult to move to a different lane without jumping through all sorts of hoops. And this would make it so that even though they start at a certain level, they can see potential. There's a reason to stay in the district. There's a reason to become loyal to Canyons, and not just say, well, all I get is $15 for my job, just like I could get at McDonald's.
Yeah.
There's more to it. Because I know when I first started teaching, the pay wasn't my incentive, it was the benefits.
Right.
And if I can't get health benefits, then it's going to be educational benefits. So it's a possible retention item. Anyway, that just reminded me when you were talking about micro-credentials that go in there. As far as being there, we talked a lot about communication skills. I went to in fact, we had opportunities to go to just about all of them. I love the quote that was in one of our opening sessions that I'd like to share. It says, contemporary American educators have accomplished more with a more diverse student population than any previous generation. They warrant respect rather than condemnation, but they must also recognize that the need to help every student succeed in school has never been greater, because the consequences of failure in the K-12 system has never been more dire. And I just thought that just nails exactly where we're at in education, and that I feel very good about how we're trying really hard to build up those skills for both our educators and our students, so that we are continually improving and doing the best that we can. You're right, the Rob Smith presentation on top 10 things for board members to consider was amazing. And I did 2 sessions of Tessa's difficult conversations. She had some great, not so much what you should do, but why it happens. I love the why behind things. So it was a wonderful weekend. I really learned a lot. And then just, again, anytime that we can hang out with each other, we have impromptu conversations that make a huge difference in how we relate with each other and even ideas that we get from each other, that we don't have an opportunity to share here in this formal setting.
That's
So I look forward to hanging out with you on the golf course.
I'm gonna try and make it.
Okay, maybe, I won't promise, but I'm gonna say there's a possibility.
You know, what I didn't say is Rick and I, our foursome, we took second place in the tournament.
I know, it was $75 worth it to you. I know,
Okay,
you
we
pay
need
for
to
it.
go on to Nancy.
All right, you
We got
Well,
Nancy.
I'll consider it, how's
Go
that?
ahead.
The other team was next to last.
That's just
Hi,
probably.
yeah, I appreciate everyone sharing what they have, and I concur. There were so many great moments and things to learn up at the Leadership Academy. One of the sessions that I really enjoyed was that speed networking one, and I think each session had slightly different topics that they talked about, and some probably overlap. But one of the things that came up in our session that I think we ought to maybe just give some thought to, and if we want to study this one out a little bit more, and that is how to make the days at the end of the school year count, and count better. There were lots of ideas thrown out there about how to do it, and I won't go into those details yet, but I just thought it was maybe something worth having a conversation. And then we also talked about attendance. I mean, that's a challenge everywhere. And that we need to figure out a way of reestablishing a shared value in our community, a shared value of being in school. And I appreciate the idea of a city ordinance and different things, but someone made a comment that I just really appreciated them articulating it, because it just clicked with me, even though it's something I think we all understand, is that it used to be, and not that long ago, when my kids were in school, if they missed a day of school, it was their responsibility to contact the teacher, find out what they missed, find out what they can make up, and then to do the makeup work. And now it's just shifted. It's like if a student chooses to not attend, then the responsibility falls on the teacher to provide that information. And then I loved Rob Smith's class too, and his top 10 things. And one of the things, well, I'll share 3 thoughts that he said. Everything you say and do has an effect for good or bad, and that ambiguity undermines effectiveness, and the safest place is moving forward. So I thought those were all really great.
Thank you. Those were, well, pretty much everyone has said what I was going to say, so that's great. I do have 2 things though, and this came from the president and vice presidents. We had like a little talk before it started. And the first thing is, another district shared that when they have their legislative meetings with legislators, they have it at a school. And then like after like having the meeting, then they go toward the school. So I thought that was a really good idea, because I know we want to get our legislators into classrooms. And then another district, this is what they do, they send out postcards to their community showing how their school is like beating the charter schools. So anyway, I thought that was a good idea too.
Love that idea.
Anyway, so those are 2 ideas that I got that I thought were good. In addition.
Love that idea.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I will call this meeting to a close, and we have 5 minutes.
But who's
5
counting?
minutes.
She is.
I'm counting.
And the community out there waiting.
5 minutes to start next week. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is September 19th, 2023. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. We have Nancy and Andrew are attending electronically. So they are with us even though they're not here. And now we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Bella Vista Elementary Principal Angie Holden. Oh. Okay, just a minute. Yes, thank you. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to approve the agenda for tonight. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, September 19th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, and now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. I guess I'm just wanting to hurry this meeting along faster than normal.
I'll be quick. All right, so everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'll get right to it. Just want to say hi, I'm Angie Holden. I'm the new principal at Bella Vista Elementary, and I just wanted to say thank you for having me join you tonight to highlight our school. As many of you heard, Bella Vista started the school year out super hot. And a huge shout out to our staff, from our staff and students and community to the CSD facilities team, school performance communications, and the entire Canyons community for their support and dedication in helping us stay cool. Bella Vista is currently serving students in grades kindergarten through 5th grade with terrific educators at each grade level. We also have a Beverly Sorensen Taylor art teacher, library media specialist, Playworks, and music brain booster teachers. We have a part-time special ed resource teacher and 2 academic behavior support teachers. We also have an amazing social and emotional NTS support staff, instructional coach, amazing office staff, nutrition, recess, and facility staff. We're also fortunate to be the home to 2 preschool classrooms. Our mission at Bella Vista is to have a school where students, teachers, and parents work together in a respectful, safe, and kind learning environment. Since I'm brand new to Bella Vista, I reached out to our Bella Vista staff and students, and tonight I want to share with you what they want you to know about our cool school. First of all, Bella Vista educators wanted you to know that they are focused teams that collaborate across grade levels in our professional learning communities. They analyze data, plan instruction that is equitable and aligns with the CSD curriculum and standards. All of these actions allow us as teachers to better serve the needs of our students in all academic areas. Our entire staff goes above and beyond to help students succeed. We are constantly striving to improve student achievement. This year, our academic goals are focused on raising the bar for continued growth in reading, early literacy, and math. Our staff also wanted you to know that we have a committed focus for the positive behaviors in our school with our school-wide PBIS system. We're continuing the positive and fun legacy created by former principal Eric Gardner and recognizing students on what's called Tiger Tuesday. We have incentive drawings with tiger paws that students earn for being respectful, safe, and kind. Students are recognized and rewarded with our amazing book vending machine, tiger toy machine, ice cream freezer in the office, our fun game arcade room. So if you ever need a game of Mrs. Pac-Man, stop on by, as well as whole class rewards and celebrations. We love our Tiger Tuesdays and the opportunity to celebrate our students that have exhibited excellent behavior. Our PBIS system is also designed to support our goal of at least 70% of students to be on track with attendance for the school year. We celebrate and recognize attendance achievements with a traveling class trophy that is awarded each week to the class with the best on-track attendance percentage. Students are also incentivized with Bella Vista swag each month for those students who have met the attendance goal. Attendance incentives are motivating our students to be in school and to learn. Bella Vista is also committed to provide students with connections, inclusion, and support for individual needs. Our staff wants you to know that this year, quote, we have a culture of caring and looking out for one another, close quote. This year, we've added a Bella Vista Buddy Bench to our playground to support a culture of caring and inclusion. We are also implementing Thrive Time and are focused on building our resiliency this month. Our educators also want you to know that Bella Vista has a rich history and community. The school is an important part of the neighborhood. Several students have parents and family members that went to Bella Vista. Tradition is important to many of our community members. This history provides our school with an outstanding PTA, volunteers, and community partners. Our PTA and committed volunteers provide numerous events and opportunities to support our students and staff. We're also lucky to have amazing community involvement and support with community partners. So far this year, we've had generous donations from Dan's Food and community church organizations for our new weekend food bag program for students who are in need of food. We have also received a generous donation, to pay off all of last year's lunch balances. A huge shout out to our community partners. This year at Bella Vista, we're elevating classroom embedded STEAM to promote science, technology, engineering, art, and math for our students. This fall on Fridays, we have started STEAM Fridays. Every Friday this year for the entire school year, our students participate in an hour of STEAM lessons from our educators. Each educator is prepared a lesson for 5 weeks, and students participate with their class, and then after the 5 weeks, rotate to a new teacher. Some of the topics that we are covering for STEAM include water investigators, states of matter, healthy snack shop, the science of nutrition, designing maglev systems, map makers, insulation investigation and solar experiments, and Luminos, the study of energy transfer, light, and engineering. We are so excited to participate also in the STEAM Studio Makerspace grant that the district has provided. And we're excited to provide an after-school club for students to expand and explore their learning in STEAM. Our art focus of STEAM provides additional connections with our BTS art teacher. All of our assemblies this year will be focused on art and music. We are also participating and have our art teacher has arranged for a community art show for our students to have at Whitmore Library. And today we started a collaboration art inclusion class with our partner class from Jordan Valley. So students were able to come over and participate in art today. So in conclusion, at Bella Vista this year, our theme is to raise the bar for the 2023-24 school year. We are raising the bar in improve student outcomes by improving our data analysis in PLCs, continuing our efforts and work through PBIS and attendance, and promoting our new STEAM program. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And like we like to say at Bella Vista, stay cool.
Okay, thank you so much, Principal Holden. And I loved hearing about the STEAM Fridays and also just your attendance incentives that you're working on, as well as there's just a ton of other stuff you just said, but those things are wonderful. So we really appreciate you there and all you do. And I will say that my kids went to Bella Vista when there was no air conditioning, my older kids. And so I do know, like, I had a lot of empathy for you guys when you had no air conditioning, because I've been in the school and it is hot. Yeah. So thank you for your staff also with their patience with that and parents. Okay, now we will go on to our Canyon Strong Employee Recognitions, and that will be by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for this time to recognize achievements in Canyons District and in honor of the Board of Education's focus on employees who help make us Canyon strong. Tonight, we are recognizing the employees who are working hard each and every day to build upon Canyons District's legacy of excellence. Now, before I want to start, I want to mention that last week, niche.com released its report on Utah school districts, and for the second year, Canyons was listed as the #1 school district in the Salt Lake Valley. Thank you, Mrs. Shaw. Our amazing teachers and education support professionals also are the reason why U.S. News and World Report has a ranking that lists Canyons District high schools as among the 5 of the top dozen high schools in the Salt Lake Valley. So congratulations to all of our teachers and education support professionals and our students and principals for their achievements academically in ending so high and achieving so well on these lists. Now, before we get going, we would like to show the board something that one of the elementary schools has presented. Kirsten and Susan, if you could help me out for a second. Before the board meeting started, Sprucewood Elementary School presented these notes of thanks to the board for its investment in libraries. As we know, the Board of Education invested greatly in our elementary school libraries, providing those places that and books for students to turn to so that they could learn a little bit more about the world around them, become creative, and increase their literacy skills. So from the Sprucewood Elementary students to the Board of Education, they thank you for the investment that you made in school libraries. Yes. So President Schill will keep these and then we'll provide those to the board. Okay. And so you all can take a look at those and see the thank you notes that were given by the Sprucewood students. Now, as I mentioned, niche.com and the U.S. News and World Report, we simply could not rise to that level of achievement without the hard work of those who make us Canyon strong. Our first honoree tonight is our Teacher of the Year, Max Eddington. We are proud to announce that Mr. Max Eddington is one of the finalists for the Utah Teacher of the Year. Mr. Eddington will find out in October if he is Utah's top teacher and then eligible for national honors. We wish Mr. Eddington much luck in this final stage of the selection process. So congratulations to Max. Now, as the Canyons District Teacher of the Year, he also will be honored as the Apex Award winner for Teacher of the Year. This year's Apex Awards, and those are the highest awards given by the Board of Education and Administration, will be Thursday, October 26th at Alta High School. The entire Canyons community is invited to applaud this year's winners, and we are excited to unveil the names of the winners in the coming days. So everyone, please put on your calendars the October 26th Apex Awards. Everyone is invited, and we'll have amazing performances by student groups from all 5 of the Canyons District Comprehensive High Schools. So our next honorees are the phenomenal science teachers in Canyons School District. You'll see here that we had 3 Canyons District science teachers win major statewide awards. It's been said that the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. A trio of educators in Canyon Science classrooms who are leading the next generation of inventors and engineers have received statewide awards from the Utah Science Teachers Association for their professionalism in the classroom. Brighton's Joel Hawken received the 2023 Outstanding Chemistry Science Educator Award. Brighton High's Haley Eveland received the Rookie of the Year at a high school trophy, and Union Middle's Jessica Clark received the top middle school rookie honor. The awards were given September 15th at the association's fall conference at the Davis Conference Center. Congratulations to all of these teachers. Canyons District also honors an East Midvale teacher who's been named a Hope Street, Utah Teacher Fellow. Now, following a competitive and rigorous selection process, East Midvale's Falai Tafua was chosen to be a Hope Street Group Utah Teacher Fellow in this year's cohort. The Hope Street Group Teacher Fellows is a nonpartisan nonprofit that works to connect classroom teachers with their peers and those who make public policy decisions. The Teacher Fellows are educators that remain full-time teachers in their schools while also contributing about 10 hours per month to the activities in the program. And these activities include professional learning sessions, data collections, and partner meetings. So congratulations to this fantastic East Midvale teacher. Now, today also is National IT Professionals Day. Canyons District applauds our IT professionals for the work they do to help keep us Canyon strong. Now, in today's digital world where technology touches on most aspects of our lives, there is a group of professionals working behind the scenes to keep computing systems, software, and hardware running smoothly. Now, we're talking about Canyons District's IT professionals, and some may call them wizards of the virtual realm. And here in Canyons, we're proud of the vital service they perform. Many think of IT and they think of a help desk of tech support, but our team of 75 IT pros do so much more. From technology on the buses to paging system in the schools, even the football stadium scoreboards. Our IT department is involved in so many areas across the Canyon School District. They also manage more than 120 software applications, as well as a number of security measures. Now, we celebrate our hardworking IT professionals, not just today on IT Professionals Day, but every day. And we give a big shout out to Director Scott McCombs and his team on National IT Professionals Day. So thank you to all of our IT professionals. Now, also helping us become and stay Canyon strong is our special education department. Special Education Program Administrator Linda Hall is recognized tonight for spearheading the Unified Sports Program in Canyon School District. Now, we're focused on expanding our Unified Sports Program, thanks largely to the leadership in our Special Education Department. And last Monday, if you were fortunate enough to be down on the field at Hillcrest High School, you saw 175 high school athletes from Canyons and Jordan High Schools take to the field to compete in this jointly sponsored Unified Sports Special Olympics soccer tournament. It was a regional tournament and a lot of our kids came out big winners. We had a opening ceremony with cheer squads, the drum line, the Hillcrest drill team. It was a spectacular presentation that featured fantastic athletes from all across Salt Lake Valley, especially here in Canyon School District. Now, this tournament was made possible through a partnership with Special Olympics, and the goal of Unified Sports is to provide opportunities for students with and without disabilities to train and compete together as teammates. So we thank our Special Education Department, especially Linda Hall, a program administrator, for focusing so intently on expanding the Unified Sports Program in the Canyon School District. Now, one more thing I want to mention. Mr. Millerberg did mention the importance of going golfing. And this Thursday is the Canyons Education Foundation's annual golf tournament, where we raise a lot of money to support teachers. Get this, we are all sold out. If you want to golf with the Canyons Education Foundation, can't do it, we are all sold out. Our development officer, Denise Haycock, told me this morning that we have received more than $100,000 in sponsorships. There is no more space to golf in our tournament. We have received so much support from our community and our business partners on our annual tournament that raises money for our teachers. We're going to give back the money to the teachers in the form of innovation grants. It's a very exciting time. The deadline for our teachers to submit those innovation grant applications is September 29th. And then later on, we'll take the fun bus and surprise the winners of the teachers who received those innovation grants. So a big thanks to everyone in our community who supports the Canyons Education Foundation, which raises money to support students, teachers, and staff in the Canyon School District. So President Schill, thank you for this time you give us to recognize those who help make us Canyon strong. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haney. That was wonderful. Okay, we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary, right over there, at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Comments must be age appropriate, considering children who may be present or viewing online. Okay, the first patron, we just have one that has signed up today, and it is Jen Stark. So if you'd like to just come up and make sure the green light is on that microphone.
Is it working? Okay. Members of the board, my name is Jen Stark. I am a 3rd grade DLI teacher at Mid Valley Elementary School. I'm grateful to be here and to be able to speak with you today. Last September, I stood in this very spot and made a plea for a prioritized list of things to do in our contracted 30 minutes before and after school. To the degree that the board went beyond listening and took positive action in removing the letters canvas course from our plates, giving us the March 6th workday, as well as providing 2 more days this year, I sincerely thank you. Tonight, I would like to read aloud the list of things that we are expected to do at the elementary level within our allotted time. Kid talk meetings, parent meetings and phone calls, committees, work for absent students, work for vacation students, materials ready for new students. Our school alone has had 23 new students register since the first day of school. Outside duty, progress monitoring, recess duty, parent-teacher conference prep, and SGPs, which take just as much, if not more time than doing report cards, PLC agendas, planning, SBI prep, grading, weekly parent communication, behavior management and PBIS, IEP meetings, team meetings, learning intentions and objectives written on the board daily, SST referrals, faculty meetings, and other PDs. We have so much on our to-do list that it's a struggle to even focus on the most important part of our jobs, which is to teach. The majority of this work cannot be done at home, and the only way to do it is to get to school well before contract hours or stay until the alarm is about to be set. Perhaps you can see why the following popular quote circles rampantly on social media. Teaching is the only job you have to work before you get to work, so you have work to do at work. Then, because there was no time to work at work, you have to work after work to catch up on the work you didn't get a chance to do at work. In elementary school, we are trying to build good habits, which require teaching much more than just academics. such as procedures and routines, from how we walk in the hall to how to be part of a community of learners. We have significantly more face-to-face time with students than in high school. If we want our kids college and career ready, it starts at the primary level. Building this foundation, in addition to teaching content, as we try to get them on benchmark so gaps don't continue to grow, is essential for long-term success in school. Yet at the elementary level, we have the least amount of time to prepare. Canyons was ranked the #1 district in Salt Lake County, in large part because of its phenomenal teachers who strive to meet high expectations. We pour our heart and soul into our jobs because we care so much, even at the detriment of our own self-care, work-life balance, and mental health. This is not sustainable. Elementary teachers need and deserve the same prep time as secondary. Our time is just as valuable. This can come in the form of weekly time built into a master schedule or a couple of non-student days per month. If given this time, it should not be filled with meetings, trainings, or more PDs. We already have the tools necessary. We just need to be given the time to implement them effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. So I will now take a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of one item, which we previously approved already in the spring. Item F has already been taken care of. So I make a motion to approve consent agenda, including item A, approval of minutes for September 5th, 2023. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of August financial reports. Item G, approval of 2023 to 2024 board meeting schedule. And item H, approval of updates to 2023-2024 Brighton High calendar.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and I have a second. Great. Okay, are there any comments or discussion to that motion?
I have just one question.
Yes, sure.
With regard to the board meeting schedule, the only thing that has changed with the two meetings we changed to accommodate
The caucus meetings in March. Yes, yes,
I don't want to go through and check each one of them.
yes. It was just the 2 dates in March, moved back a week. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay. Okay, so now we'll go on to new business. And the first item is item A, Canyon Transition Academy, possible relocation. And this is a second reading, possible action. And it will be presented by Nate Edvilson, Director of Special Education. And I assume Linda Hall.
Thank you for the opportunity to present again.
So hello, everyone. As we presented last time, this is our current location downstairs and all the rooms that we have available. And right now, as you all know, we are dislocated with the flood that had happened this week. So I just wanted to put that in for you guys to know. So, and we are really limited on space that we have for our students. When I click to the next one. And this is another area that we have. And then we have this small area, if you can see, is where we hold parent meetings, IEP meetings, and teacher meetings. And that's about the space that we have at our current location. The benefits of moving to a new location, we're asking the board to approve to move us to Crescent View school location, is that teachers would have their own classrooms to teach with limited noise and distractions to students and staff, an office area for families to meet, to attend IEP meetings, ask questions, register students, and meet medical personnel in a private area. School personnel will have office space. Right now, our school administrator and that's myself, my teacher specialist, and my secretary are in the hallway. And so it's really hard to meet privately with families regarding any issues that they might have. Students will have access to the lunchroom, and parent and guardians will have options to participate in the food program if we are approved to move. They will also have access to a gym for unified sports, as you just saw. It's been a huge success in our district. And physical educations. Students will have access to UTA routes, and there will be more space to grow the program, and students would have a sense of belonging and pride in their school building. Right now, our current walk to UTA station from here is a 0.5 mile, and then it takes about 7 minutes. Moving to the Crescent View building is a 0.5, so it just adds 3-minute walk for our students and staff to reach UTA tracks. Our parent surveys, they are all very much fully supported in our kids moving to a new location. We have 100% so far of our parents are saying that they really want us to move to a new location, and they're very happy even moving to Crescent View for a temporary move as long as we can stay there. So the areas that are needed right now at Crescent View, as you can see, they're outlined in yellow, like I showed you guys last time I was here, is the one hallway with half the access to the office space, the gym, and the lunchroom. And then if you move up, we would have access to the home and family living center, plus a classroom adjoined to them where we could practice skills, the classroom behind, and 2 other classrooms down that hallway. So that is about 7 classrooms to replace carpet, the LVT in the changing room would be about $30,000. Appliances would be about $5,000. Furniture costs would be $15,000. Student technology around $20,000. So the cost to move CTA to Crescent is $65,000. And then we also would like to, as we are making this move, we feel like this is a great time to change the name from CTA. That would help us rebrand our school, give our families and students a mascot, and help us with a new identity. So as you knew last time, I'd like to change the name to Life Skill Academy. And then with our frog, that would be our tree frog. And then this is a Life Skill Academy, also another graphic that we would use. Any questions or concerns that the board has at this time regarding the move?
Okay, so we did have a long discussion on this last meeting, so, but I'm just wondering if the board has any more questions or comments about this. Okay, Mrs. Pedersen. Just a quick question. I just want to understand, I'm not disputing your numbers or anything. Are there any furniture or technology that goes with the student over to the new, from here to the new, to Crescent?
Yes, there is some furniture.
And this is just for updating or office stuff?
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Oh, oops. Nancy or Andrew online, do you guys have any questions or comments?
I do not.
No, thank you.
Hey, anyone else have a question, or do we have a motion that we can move forward?
So thank you. I'm excited for you guys. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve. Let's see, how do we phrase this? The relocation of Canyons Transition Academy to the former Crescent View Middle School.
Do you want to add the name change as well? Probably a good idea.
And that it will be changed, its name will be changed to Life Skills Academy.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Cindy, are you clear on that motion? Like, is that good enough? Okay, perfect. Okay, so all in favor of the motion to move CTA to Crescent and also change the name to Life Skills Academy, please say aye.
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 Okay, I don't think I need to ask if any are opposed because I think that was everyone. So that passes unanimously. Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's very exciting. We're
Thank you.
happy for you guys. So, okay, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item B. That is policy update and policy 500.11, special education students with disabilities, and policy 600.01, graduation requirements. And these are both second reading possible action. And Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel, will present these.
Thank you, President Shield. These are both policies that relate to our special education department, their night tonight. So we have a policy in our policy manual that deals with, it's our special education for students with disabilities. When USBE, the Utah State Board of Education, updates their special education rules annually, then they require each LEA to adopt those, and then the LEA can also adopt a special education policies and procedures manual. And so required by USBE, each year we approve and adopt their rules and then also our policies and procedures. So that's the first item. The second policy is a few years ago we added a certificate of an alternative diploma for special education students when they meet graduation requirements, and now we've added a certificate of completion. This is where the student has completed their senior year and they're exiting or aging out of the system, but has not yet met all district requirements for a diploma as determined by their IEP team. And this is a recommendation also from our special education department, so that we can address those students that are in this category and still receive a certificate of completion. Both of these policies are for second reading action requested.
Okay, are there any questions or comments on these two policies? Okay, what about the people online?
Nothing from me.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Okay, so I will entertain a motion for these policies. I will move to accept the policy update of policy 500.11, special education students with disability, policy 600.01, graduation requirements. Okay, thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Do you have a question? No?
I did kind of have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Probably been covered before, but I'll ask it. Going to 600.01.
Yes.
They have not met requirements for any of our traditional diplomas.
Correct.
They will get a certificate of completion. Tell me what that certificate of completion means.
Yeah, I'm going to have Nate come up because he works with this more specifically than I do.
Certificate of completion really indicates that students can continue to receive services from our department and our teachers and continue to move towards a high school diploma. Our students are guaranteed the rights to continue to work towards a high school diploma until age 22. And so that's kind of what the goal is behind that, is to give them the opportunity for recognition for that movement through the milestone and then continue to work towards some of those requirements.
Let me just make sure I'm understanding. An 18-year-old kid gets a certificate of completion, moves out of the high school with the rest of his/her peer group.
Yep.
But they can come back to the high school in the future year. What's this additional?
We move
to work with?
Yeah, because of the nature of our programming, we encourage students to remain with their same age peers. So that typically then looks like adult education, where they can continue to work for a traditional high school diploma by doing the same, finishing up some of the same requirements. So a student could maybe have finished most requirements, have some pending things that they need to do where they're still mastering some skills, and then continue on doing that particular core class to finish up that diploma.
And is this certificate something that is clearly delineated and understood by the community that it is not a high school diploma?
Yes, we're very specific in our transition programming on our IEP to delineate the difference between the three options that we would have. One is a regular high school diploma, is what it's called in language. And then we have a certificate of completion. And then we have also the alternate diploma, which requires a different pathway for students who are on the essential elements in the alternative assessment. They're able to get that diploma.
But will people in our community, not necessarily tied to Canyon School District, understand what a certificate of completion is?
Yeah, they should. It's a very common term that's gone on throughout the state for other districts. It's been in code for a while.
I just want to make sure
Yep.
that
No,
we're
it's a
not
great
pulling
question.
a fast one on potential employers thinking, oh, this kid's got a high school diploma.
Yeah, no, that they wouldn't be able to indicate that they've got a high school diploma with a certificate of completion, but they can indicate that they've completed high school in that regard. That makes sense. It's a little bit of a nuance, but so.
It's a certificate of completion for something they really haven't completed.
They've completed their
Time.
time through to the year 18, and we're going to continue to provide services and opportunity for them to get that regular high school diploma,
Which is part of federal law
Yeah.
until they're 22.
until they're 22.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I will now call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to go on to item C, and that is board strategic indicator and goals. And this is a first reading, even though we did discuss them last meeting as part of our high quality learning update. And Superintendent Rick Robbins will present this.
Thank you, President Schill. So just in commemoration with our discussion about Navy Junior ROTC, I'm wearing a Navy sweatshirt. I am not in the military, even though I have a short haircut. So those watching online, but very grateful to our military. Andrew Mont, also a former, all of their service and all that they have done, and all those that have served in the past and present and future. So thank you. Can we get, okay. Leon, now's the time for your jokes. I give him a hard time, but then when I really need him to come through.
I was at my house yesterday working and doing some ceiling work, and my chandelier fell on me. I had to go to the hospital with light injuries.
You came through big.
Do you need more, or is that enough?
That's oh no, crowd's kind of giving us a thumbs down on that one. Okay.
Quit your day job.
Yeah, thank you. So it's exciting again to just revisit our discussion around measuring our success in canyons. And I was kind of thinking about this in terms of my past as a football player and being part of a college football team, and just thinking about, you know, how teams, and that was kind of my experience about how teams measure success. And you know, maybe an analogy for this is when you listen to NFL coaches and college coaches talk about how they measure success. Obviously, the end goal is to win the game, but there are certain indicators that are really important and have high leverage points in and throughout the game that kind of determine the outcome, right? things like third down conversion rate, or you hear coaches talk about turnover ratio, or yards per carry, or things like that really at the end of the day measure success and can help predict outcomes. And so as I thought about that, it really applies to our mission and vision and the core values and beliefs that we have going forward. And it's so great to see this unfold with our strategic vision and thinking about how we align our decisions and our resources and the way that we go about business to really measure success, to understand our patrons and our public and our constituents return on their investment in our kids. And as we know, the stakes are very high in this day and age, and the stewardship that we have to our students to ensure that they're successful in college, career, and life. So our strategy, you can see there, kind of aligns to the sports analogy, our playbook, right, of our tenants. And I think, just as a reminder, just how critical these are very foundational elements to the district. If you go back to the early days in the history of Canyon School District, the district was built upon these tenets, and they have remained true. These principles still resonate throughout all of our practice. You think about, for example, community engagement and our work with the PTA and all of the agencies that we partner with. That's just one example where our commitment to these tenets really shines through and through. And then through the strategic vision, we've developed these core focus areas to really take it to the next level, right? So it's a yes and proposition. And I really appreciate Nancy Teeny. Many times I've heard her say from the beginning that this is really the operational side of those tenants. It's kind of that next step. And so I think it's just a terrific way of really trying to embody the spirit of Canyons, but then also executing that plan to carry out the board's vision for the district. So we've talked a little bit about student achievement, right? That's always been core to the success of the district. And I think it's important too to note that this is not an all-inclusive or static way of looking at our data. I think over time it's important to always recognize that it can change, it evolves. We learned that through the pandemic, right? That there's different data points that tell us different things. But there are, as I mentioned, there are some leverage points that we all know are very important in predicting the future success. And if we don't measure that, if we don't understand where we're at in that progress or that progression towards success, then how do we make adjustments, right? How do we make those adjustments along the way to better serve our students? And I think that, that highlights and just kind of resonates with me about how important this is. And as I mentioned before, it's interesting that we're one of the only districts that actually, goes through this process. And I've heard Mont say that many times about, it's important to understand, where we're at so that we can measure our successes and the things that we have opportunity to grow in. So one of those early leverage points is early learning, right? We clearly know by third grade that this is a predictor of success. If kids are literate by third grade with their peers, that they have a strong chance to succeed and not only graduate from high school, but it can change, their trajectory for earning potential and being a successful person. And I just want to add, and we've talked about this before, not to belabor that, but it's so exciting that we finally in Utah have all-day kindergarten as, one feature element to this plan. So within early learning, a couple of things that we've suggested and we want to look at, and I really appreciate Amber and her team in ISD. I know Laura and Hal have spent a lot of time on this in developing these numbers. But looking first at kindergarten literacy, right? So you can see there we're recommending a 2% from middle of year to end of year benchmark through Acadience, and then you can also see that in first grade literacy as well as first grade math. And also too, just to underscore the fact that that doesn't take away from our state goal, right, of 60% of students first through third grade making adequate yearly progress. And we've always been well above that goal. As I mentioned, if you saw, the state released third grade literacy data just for third graders only achieving benchmark. Canyons in large school districts on the Wasatch Front was number one at about 55%, which is a real tribute to, you know, what was mentioned earlier by our teacher, just about how hard our teachers work at really lifting our students' literacy proficiency. Having said that, as I mentioned to the board and to cabinet, that also means that close to half of our students are not reading at grade level with their peers. So we have a long way to go. But I believe our commitment to direct phonic instruction and the science of reading in Canyons, as I mentioned before, the district went through some of those literacy wars early on. And I know that that's a difficult conversation, but in my opinion, large part of our success is predicated on that decision that you made as a district years and years ago. And so I'm definitely committed to that same vision that set the district forward with literacy. So this would be part of our early learning plan. And if you remember, Amber, Dr. Landward reports on this in early August. This plan has to be approved by the state. So it would be inclusive of our plan as well as the state's. Moving on to RISE, again, these are some leverage points that we want to look at. I think in the last meeting, if I remember right, Nancy asked us to bring back some historical data to look at. So you can see there since 2021 to 2023. And again, just a reminder, you know, RISE testing has changed since the pandemic, obviously prior to the pandemic, through the pandemic, and now. The state has changed some of those cut scores and those thresholds. And so there may be some fluctuation up and down in the next few years until that really stabilizes throughout the state. But I think these are goals that are attainable, but they're also rigorous and that will push us to improve. And that's what we're after, is continuous improvement. So 5th and 8th grade, you can see some of the trend data there and the goals that we're recommending based on prior performance and the new assessment system that we're using in the state. And then also science, you can see our performance there and moving forward with the 2024 goal. Now, keep in mind, the first report on this, we'll still report on these goals in December, but these are for the next year. These are for 2024. So this test actually obviously wouldn't be taken until next spring and then reported on in December of 2024 in our annual report. This is one new piece of data that we're looking at. Obviously, we know through the pandemic that chronic absenteeism has been a real struggle, not just in Canyons, but across our nation. If you recall that article that I shared with the board a while back, an additional, I believe it was 6-point-something million students across the United States are now chronically absent that were not prior to the pandemic. And so all the issues that we've talked about that have affected our students, we don't need to belabor that point, but it underscores kind of I liked what was said earlier in our meeting about really building a value for attendance again in our communities. And it kind of goes to Amanda's point as well about, you know, cities and municipalities working with us to develop some of those backstops. And hopefully, as this progresses, our legislature will catch on to this. This is not a school choice issue. I know some people want to make it that. But the reality is that, and I've said this before, students need to be in school. You know, minors need to be in school. It should be the law. And it really takes all of us to kind of, you know, get back to that. But, you know, as you can see, it's great that those numbers are declining, but it remains that, you know, almost a third of our students are still missing that much school and are considered chronically absent. So, you know, I don't think we're going to fix this overnight, It's going to be a slow burn, but definitely one that we should all pay attention to and just continue engaging this issue. So I'm super excited that this hopefully will be part of our indicators going forward. Grade distribution. This is an important piece for quite a few reasons. One, we know that grade point average is a major predictor of student success in college and career. And, you know, we've heard a lot about ACT and college readiness, predictors and whatnot through assessment. But, and there's been challenges to that, right? There's been a lot of discussion around that. But one factor that has always remained is GPA. And through the pandemic, we saw some pretty significant losses in grades, in grade distribution. And so looking at our students, especially our students that are in their freshman year, that have multiple failing grades, we know what kind of uphill battle that is for a 9th grade student when they get behind that 8 ball with grades. And so I think this is not just attention to tier 1 instruction and what we provide all students, but also in tier 2 when it comes to prevention strategies. And then, tier 2 and tier 3 with credit recovery, family outreach, building that connection. I mentioned the cabinet, we do a lot with mentoring 9th grade students, but I think we can even do more to strengthen those relationships and really help our students see the why. They've got to find that motivation to get up every day and get to school and be part of something bigger than themselves. And so I think looking at grade distribution, especially in these next few years, as these students that were impacted probably the most by the pandemic, is something that we want to pay attention to and pay close attention, especially to our students that are in our early warning systems with multiple D's and F's. So it's great again that number is declining, but it's still present. We were looking at some data a couple of days ago. Prior to the pandemic, overall in secondary schools, we were at about a 6% failure rate clip, and that increased, that peaked at about 10-11% and has decreased now down to 9% overall. But so it's improving, and that's noted here, but it's still not where we want to be. Graduation rate, to me, I think we go big or go home here. When we say all students are college and career ready, do we really mean that, or do we mean only 90% of our students should be college and career ready? And I've mentioned this before. People want to question, what exactly does a high school diploma mean or get you, right? And we don't really know how to predict that. We can't say beyond high school the impact over the years, what it's going to have on their family or their family's history or their earning potential. But one thing we do know is it's very concrete what happens when they drop out of high school. The data is very clear, and the costs to taxpayers and to society. And it's not all students that drop out are not going to be successful, but the data is very clear for the most part when students drop out of high school, what those costs and those metrics are to our communities. And so to me, this is a goal that we should chase, and it's definitely chasing perfection, but why not? And if we capture excellence, then we've done our job. But I think not setting it at 100% just says we're giving in right from the start, and that's hard to do. So let's go for it. There was some question too on this last one about the ACT, right, and Aspire. So we included some data about college readiness, and essentially these are predictors that aren't, they're not fail-proof, but they do give us some idea about predictability in a student's ability to succeed in college. And that's really what these readiness predictors and information does. I would recommend that we still report on ACT in our annual report. It still is an accountability measure. I recognize that many colleges are moving away from ACT as an admissions requirement, but it's still utilized for scholarships. And you know, I think it's important to note too that it's still, ACT still has cachet, and it's built around common language that people understand with achievement. So I don't think it's appropriate to abandon the ACT, but I think we still report on it. But as we know, setting goals on a norm reference test that needle's almost impossible to move, right? And our composite scores have been pretty steady at around 22 in the district. But as we've mentioned before, ACT assessment being norm reference is not aligned to our state standards. So that's always going to be a challenge, right? It may be more about the student's aptitude and their ability to read and comprehend and process information quickly than it is really what they have learned in the content. Having said that, I do believe it's still important to measure and report on. So that brings us to this piece that we talked about last time. I would recommend that we pilot ACT. We've had a lot of discussion and debate in cabinet about what direction to go. I'm not married to the idea that ACT writing has to be the end all writing assessment that is forever in Canyons. There is Utah Compose. There's other writing platforms out there. I have my own opinions, Amanda. But I think, let's do something. Let's do something. And this is optional to students in the spring. We cover the cost. But as I said before, when we're looking at Portrait of a Scholar and we're looking at those dispositions and those values and principles in our district, writing really ought to be across all of those. And we should be able to say with confidence that our students can write a 5-paragraph essay, that they can develop a thesis statement, that they can support it with evidence, and they can pull together a conclusion in a reasonable amount of time, whether it's persuasive or expository or whatever, right? Like, to me, this is such a fundamental thing that we ought to be part of every district's mission and vision. And so if we make it that and we measure it and we're able to embed that in those attributes in Portrait of a Scholar and everything that we do, this is a skill that our students can take to the bank. It matters. And so I would recommend that we start out with ACT writing pilot. Let's see what happens. If it gives us good feedback, maybe it tells a story that's different than what we anticipate. Maybe it doesn't. But right now, we're not measuring that. And I get it's one more test. I recognize test fatigue. I know that's that's an issue. But we can do hard things, and our students can do hard things. And I think my opinion is that many parents, and I've heard this, would want to know this. Can my student do this? It's not benchmark for college readiness, but it does give us some sense of how we're doing. So there's my 2 bits on that. Enough on that. So looking at a few of the other tenets that are critical to our success as well, some of those leverage points that we want to look at as part of our game plan. So as mentioned, community engagement, we'll continue to look at volunteer rates. We've done that before with volunteers, also SEC training, and then a new part to this. And I appreciate Andrew brought this up many months ago as we started talking about indicators, but tracking SEC participation and meeting attendance. So understanding not just that everybody's been trained, but what and who is attending and what those attendance rates are. So, and I know in Canyons, for the most part, it's pockets of greatness, but we also have places where we struggle with attendance to SECs. And so, if this helps us develop stronger strategies to engage our parents and our SEC members, then it's worth it. This is a worth it endeavor. Customer service, continuing to build on this. creating the dashboard on some of these different factors, website page views, minutes on page, some of the things that we've done. I really, really love this comment, and some of you heard this at Canyoneering Night. I think sometimes we're a little apologetic about our surveys that we do, and maybe overkill, but one parent at our meeting commented and just said, no, I love it that you guys are survey happy. Like, it gives me an opportunity. Like, I feel like I'm being heard. And that was very validating for me. Like, I was like, man, that's awesome. Like that feels good that, cause sometimes I think we all experience that with surveys, but to just have that validation that, even for one parent, that means a lot, that they get that opportunity to have their voice heard that way. And we know in Canyons that we do pay attention to those surveys. I mean, I think about all the board meetings that we've, really done a deep dive into our survey data that has really influenced the board's decisions and policy and all the things that we do. So these are, just a few that we've looked at. Again, this is not all inclusive. I don't know that we can be, as far as the indicator report, that we could pull in everything. It's kind of that idea that we become jack of all trades and master of none, right? And so I think we stay focused on those that we have been looking at. I think it creates great trend data that we can continue to use to inform our decisions. And again, that does not mean that it takes away from all this other survey data that we use in different ways. But these are the surveys that we've highlighted in our indicator report. And then innovation, essentially what we've done there is over the years is just reported on different innovations that have occurred in the district, but it's more of just a board report and an update on programs. And then lastly, fiscal accountability. And again, we would look at our bond rating, which has always been AAA, I think. Is that correct, Leon? Which is awesome. Audit compliance. And just to Mont's point about golf and what we learned from Granite, I want to share, and I shared this with Leon because he does not get enough credit and he's humble about this, but in the annals of history in Canyon School District, it should never be forgotten. The amount of money that you saved when you went out to bond to build our schools that we currently have, compared to, the situation Granite is in. I mean, Mont and I listened to two people in Granite that are pretty stressed, frankly. I mean, and when I listen to them talk about all the projects that are backed up that they're not able to do, it's just a tribute to the board, Leon, and your commitment early on to recognizing just, the fiscal environment and the market and timing, all the things that, you need to go out to a bond during that time. And now looking at, I get to come in when the schools are just being finished and built, but all the credit goes to all those decisions that were made early on. Okay, and then finally, I'll just take a couple of minutes on these, on our focus areas. I'm so excited about the work that's going on. Our high quality learning committee met today. Dr. Landward's leading this committee, and just, some excellent work happening. If I had any advice for districts that are beginning to consider strategic visions, it's one thing to do the work of creating the document and taking all of the input, but as we know, the real work is it's not in the diagnosis, it's actually in the prescription, right? How do we actually carry this out? What does it mean to get these projects and these initiatives, off the runway and in the air, so to speak? And I'm so proud of all of our administrators and our board, really working together to do that and trying to get that, water to the end of the row. So again, this is not inclusive of all the things that we're working on. I just wanted to mention a few of those. As we talk today about, personalized learning and competency-based and STEAM education, all of these things really are so reflective of Portrait of a Scholar. It's just exciting to see those, come to life, and we start to operationalize those things. So So we would continue, as I've mentioned before, part of this plan and recommendation would be is that we continue the cycle and rotation of reports to the board. These would not be maintained with goals, but these could be very fluid, right? I think there's lots of space here for the board to request reports on different things. As tonight, the request or the discussion about U.S. history curriculum. High quality learning is a great place to vet that and also bring it to the full board. So we have a pathway for these things to take place. And then again, some supplemental reports. These would be supplemental, so these would not be with goals. Access and opportunity. Paula Logan is leading this team, doing an excellent job here. You can see just some of the things that we're looking at. You think back to the beginning of the strategic vision, talking a lot about our special ed students and our ML students and students that need extra supports and time, not just with intervention and remediation support, but also for acceleration, right? So a lot of discussion around what enrichment might look like, especially in our middle schools. So just lots of great conversations and discussion about how we can improve access. In our last meeting, if you recall, we had Janet and Doug come over and present on CTEC and breaking down our data and looking at our students' performance and access to our CTE programs and CTEC programs. That's in the wheelhouse in access and opportunity. Human-centered supports. Dr. McGill is leading this charge and again, doing a fantastic job. Really, this is kind of bringing it down to that whole child, that whole employee level, right? Understanding what our students and our employees' overall wellness needs are. And in this day and age, more than ever is this needed. And, it's so timely that this became part of our strategic vision. And who would have thought, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, this was not like where it is now. And it's just so impressive to see this work being done and this, actually unfolding and being implemented in our district. And I think when it comes to our overall wellness and not just our students, but when we're thinking about retention and recruiting, these are key elements in success there. So very, very proud of all the work that's being done in our human-centered supports. And then finally, operating systems, right? We've worked very hard. Leon leads this focus area. We've worked very, very hard on the structural parts of the district, our systems in our district that we count on, looking at budget, capital, our EMT team, so proud of that. We've got board members and administrators going to safety conferences, really trying to increase safety and security in the district and thinking, and really thinking about that as a priority about how we can make schools safer for our students. Also employee recruitment and retention, we're paying close attention to our retention efforts. It's very, very competitive, as we know. If we want the best, it's not all about compensation and money, but it's a lot about compensation and money. It's not all about wellness and mental health, but it's a lot about wellness and mental health. All of these things that play into our success in recruiting and retaining the very best. And then finally, communications. You look at what we've done with Parent Square and how effective that has been. And many parents and teachers have expressed their appreciation that we have a translation tool now that's two-way, that we can communicate with parents in real time and that they can get the information they need in their language. We've also talked about that, being a single communication system for our extracurricular groups. So that, we can monitor that and make it a more safe environment as our teachers and our coaches and advisors communicate with our students. So appreciate all of Leon's work here. Okay, that's kind of the long version, I guess. Questions?
Okay, board, do we have questions or comments?
So, hey, I just mentioned, Mont told me when we went golfing, we were talking about the golf tournament on Thursday. And I said, I won't be golfing. I'm just going to be at a hole, par 3 to talk to all of our vendors and donors. And he said, well, you know, you're the CEO. If you can't sell the district, then we got the wrong guy. And I really, I love that, about my job. And maybe I'll take this PowerPoint and have it at the hole and make every team. Would that be all right, Mon? Don't do that. It'll backfire. Hey, before you tee off on this par 3, I've just got a little PowerPoint to show you about our tenants and our strategic. Okay. So, all right, questions.
Okay, Mr. Milberg.
Yeah, Rick, if I can get you to go down your
Yeah.
deal a bit to keep going, go. Okay, stop, go
Back.
back to. Okay, we have our language art, and we're saying there are roughly 35% of our kids are not proficient. Drop down one.
Other way.
Here we're saying 36% of our goal is to have 36 of our kids not proficient in math. Next one is we're now at 35% that it's okay that they're not proficient in science. And I said okay because it's not okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Keep going. Chronically absent. Our goal is to have 29% not in school. Next. We're okay. Loose term of the, loose usage of the term okay. We're okay with 31% of our kids having failing grades. Next. I have been told that a goal without a plan is just a dream. And if those 4 slides before this are our plan, I don't know how we get to 100%. I appreciate, I love the idea. Yeah, the only acceptable graduation rate is 100%, but I don't know how we get there with accepting the performance we are on the other slide.
Well, I think too, we have to be fair that proficiency in those academic areas are only part of success, right? And when you look at all of the strategies involved in supporting our students, that's only one piece. I mean, I can say this about myself, right? My performance on end of level tests did not end up being a very strong indicator of my success post high school. If I look back, there's a lot more to that. So I hear your point, but I also think we need to keep proficiency in its proper place. That it's not the measurement. If we were to do that, right, I think that would take away, in my opinion, it would take away from some of the creativity and the relationships that we want our teachers to build with our students. So yes, I hear you. Is it part of the equation? But it's only a piece.
And I totally understand that in those areas of proficiency, a person does not have to be 100% proficient to earn a high school diploma.
Well, if our state, if our state only relied on those metrics and what we've done in the past with school grading, then essentially I guess we should own that all of our schools in Utah are failing. Right? I mean, that's what that would say. And so I really think we just have to be, I mean, these are accountability goals, right? We're accountable to, even though letter grades are going away from schools, this is still part of our dashboard and report card.
And the thing I really like about what you're doing here is you have the slide that we kind of attributed to the accountant called accountability. The accountability reaches far beyond finance.
Sure, absolutely.
And I think the slide that we just went through, and we set goals to achieve certain things in our district. I want to make sure that there's accountability, school by school, grade by grade, teacher by teacher, as to what the goals are they're setting and what level of achievement we're attaining. Because I think, we can talk about accountability all day long, but until we give somebody the opportunity to account, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I think, individual teachers set their own goals. Schools set their goals. I think one of the important aspects to our strategic vision is that it really is a North Star, right? It just, to me, it means we're not rudderless, right? That we do have metrics that we can point to, that we can look to. Not all indicators are equal in predicting outcome. No different than in sports. Some of those things weigh more, but things happen and the outcome they do, right? And so the human element's a big part of that too. But I'm with you. I think.
And I don't want to be guilty of going against what Jen Stark shared with us earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to put just one more thing on a teacher's plate.
Yeah.
But there has to be accountability to the classroom level that says, this is what I said I would do. This is what I did. And I need to reconcile the difference, good or bad, between those two.
Yeah, I also think too, it's very important that besides an autopsy look at the end of the year in December, that's important, right? We do need to look at that. But to me, the real evaluation, the real formative assessment that gives us an ongoing indicator of whether or not we're succeeding are in those focus area meetings and report, because that's where you are, you're engaged in the process there, right? You're getting into the weeds and how the sausage is made right behind the curtain. This is the work. Okay. Okay. Well, it's hard work, right? It's messy. So that's my point, is that those to me really dovetail and go hand in hand with, it would be wrong of me. I think it would be very unfair and frankly inappropriate if all we said was, here's our annual autopsy look at our goals, and that's all we did.
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of work that you're all putting in, the admin, our teachers, staff, everyone in the district is committed to really an ongoing process of adjusting to meet our students' needs. That's the beauty in the work.
And rather than end of year, I really like the middle of year.
Yeah.
Because then you're still treating the patient.
Yes, exactly. That's a great analogy. Great analogy. Yes. So
that's kind of my input on that.
Okay. Awesome.
And I would like to bet you big money on that 100% for 2024.
Yeah.
I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong.
Well, let's play to win. Let's do it.
Okay, I do have a question that
Yeah.
just is along with Mont's comment. So can you go back to the 5%?
Yeah.
So right now we're just looking at 1 year. You know what I'm saying? So what's going to happen the next year? Is it another 5%? Or are we going to reevaluate these goals every year? I feel like there will be a trend.
They will be reevaluated. Yes, they have to be. And I think when you set that metric, that was the plan, correct, Amber? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So we would reevaluate these every year. They would not be static.
So, and hopefully the trend line will be up, right?
Right.
So hopefully we'll add another 5%.
These are not in perpetuity, right? They'll change every year.
Okay, I just wanted that
Yeah.
clarification. Okay, anyone?
That's a great point.
Else have a question? Mrs. Pedersen?
I don't know if it's a question as much as it's just a comment to go along with Mont's idea that teachers need to be even more accountable on what's going on. And I think teachers are accountable right now already very heavily, because the only way you can get those percentages is because of what's going on in the classroom. And we don't need any more micromanaging or more reports to turn in. There are so many factors, and you've alluded to it, and I support exactly what you've said, that the creativity that a teacher is given in their classroom
makes all the difference with some of those students. You don't know where they're starting and where they're going. So to say everyone has to be at X, when you have a kid who's homeless or abused or whatever the problem is that they come in with, or they could come in with stellar parents. Every kid is so different. And the fact that we're able to get them to where they are is amazing. I mean, the social factors that we're dealing with, the emotional factors, and none of those are measurable. So we have to allow for flexibility in the classroom as long as we see progress at strategic points on things we can measure. I can guarantee those other things are happening. There's nobody sitting around just wasting time or saying, oh no, I didn't meet my goal. That's what principals do with you. They sit with you at the beginning of the year or when you're having your evaluation every single year that you guys make us do, that I now make you do. I love that one. Anyway, when you're sitting down and going through that evaluation, that is one of the things. Every year, a teacher has to choose a goal that they're going to work on and improve. It may not even be a goal for their class. It may be an instructional goal for themselves. There's just so many variables that when you need extra help in certain areas that we could never mandate, or should we ever mandate that you're accountable for every little thing that they already tell me when I take a RISE test, when we took the RISE test, or we take any of the other reading tests along the way, I can tell you every week whether or not those kids have mastered that particular skill. Mm-hmm. That's what we've taught them in letters. That's what we're measuring right now. We have more data now than we probably have ever seen in the world of education. What we do with that data has to be given to the teachers and allow them, that's why teachers teach, allow them the creativity and the trust that they will take their professional skills and move that number. And I don't think we need to micromanage that. In fact, I'm adamantly against that. I think we have to have a system where they feel supported and creative in being able to be problem solvers, and they know their own kids. The principals know their own teachers. It just goes up the line. The area supervisors should know their teachers, their principals. I mean, we just go up the line and trust one another that we're all doing our own jobs. So I'm not against being accountable, because I feel like teachers are very accountable, extremely accountable for what we do. Even if we don't do something, the community will tell you that you're not doing something. We're accountable no matter what we do.
Karen, I think I threw in the term reconcile the differences.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like trusting your bank. I trust my bank explicitly.
Okay.
But I reconcile my bank statement every month.
And we do at school level too. You just didn't know that we do.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if somebody never has to account, then
oh sure.
And so as long as the accounting is taking place,
mm-hmm. I agree.
The teacher is given the opportunity to say, this is what I had hoped to do. It didn't happen because of this.
Yes, and that's why we have have coaches that come in, and I mean, we have systems in place for those very things. So I guarantee it's happening.
So I will guarantee you, though, this is not a trust issue.
Okay, good job. Thank you. No, I appreciate it, and I'm glad you brought it up. I just wanted to make sure that people Sorry, turned off my.
No, I appreciate that, Karen.
I support very much what you've been presenting, and I like our goal. I can understand the 100%. I like the attitude, go big or go home. But everything else is in increments, and then you have this big, glorious goal. So I don't know. Does that give us a mixed message? Will you take my bet that we're going to make it there?
At the end of the day.
Oh, we won't. We won't make it in 1 year, but why not have that as a goal? I think that's perfect.
And ultimately, everything inclusive in our strategic plan comes down to graduation.
Absolutely.
If the student doesn't graduate, then, well,
that's the finish line.
That's the finish line. That's the end.
The timer's up.
End game. So
the game's over.
Yeah.
Ball's gone.
Well,
however,
there's a lot, there's a lot of kids that end up being very successful that may have dropped out of high school, but there are also significant numbers that drop out that are not. And a lot of that is related to their their earning potential, their social capacity, all of these things that it affects when they drop out, that's measurable. We know what that costs society.
And I so agree with that because you have to have that foundation
Yeah.
to be able to make choices. If they choose to drop out, they've already eliminated their choices or made it so much more difficult to do what they need to do. So I'm very proud of what we're able to do as a district. I love our strategic plan. I love Portrait of a Scholar. I feel so informed. I know where to go and what to do, and we know what to look for. That's better than probably 85% of the state. Most of the districts are just starting to think about things like this, and we're already been working on it for a while. So compliments to the district, previous boards, and for leadership and everyone that's worked on this particular plan. I'm just really pleased with it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy has a comment online.
Thank you so much. This is a really great discussion, and I'm just excited to see all this information. I just wanted to kind of follow up with the thought about some of this accountability at the classroom and the school level. Every school creates an annual plan, the student success plan that the SCCs work on with the principal and the building leadership teams. And every school pays attention to some of these same exact or similar metrics. And that what we're looking at here is kind of a summative thing for the district as a whole. And we are reliant on every school doing their part. And they pay attention to it. I would almost say we pay attention to it with the PLC work that's happening at the schools, and that they'll monitor throughout the year to see how they're doing, because everyone knows that the work they do and the success they have at the school level is what is going to drive any success that we have here at the district summative level. And so I feel confident, like Karen was saying, that there is plenty of accountability and at the school level. And I appreciate Mont bringing it up so that we can highlight that this whole effort is reliant on everyone being a part of it and rowing the boat in the same direction and having these targets, these goals in mind. So, and then also, but I did have questions about the attendance and the grade distribution piece. And I'm wondering on attendance, especially, and I think it's very important, and I'm glad we're looking at it, but I hope that we would have some consistency in how we're actually measuring and tracking that, because I know it's different whether you're elementary school or middle school or high school. So I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about that. And then also on the grades, middle and high school students with F grades, it says for a full year. I'm just wondering if that really is a full year, like a full credit, or if it's broken down by quarter or half credits at the high school level.
So Nancy, we'll bring that. Remember, this is first reading, so
Yeah.
we can get that information and bring it back. My guess is it's by course by quarter with failing grades. So this could be, multiple students failing multiple courses. It's not number of students, but multiple courses and multiple Fs. So I don't know, Amber, is that accurate? Or okay, so that's how that is. On attendance, I'm not sure, what are we counting, excused, unexcused, or only unexcused absences? I don't know what metric or both. Okay, so everything but school excused. Okay, did you hear that, Nancy?
Yeah, yes, I did. And I just think it's important to be consistent on that and understand how we're defining absence and how we're tracking it.
We'll drill down on those definitions for next reading, have have some better definition to that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. This was one of my very first committees that I was asked to participate on as a brand new board member. And I have to say, we've come a long way. Actually, this is a lot better than what we started out with. And it just keeps improving. I do have a question about the SCC attendance. I'm just curious how labor intensive that's going to be. Like, who's in charge of collecting that data?
I think, Susan, are you still here? We've talked about building a way to track that, correct? I don't know where we're at in that process, but. Yeah, come on. I got that.
That will give him a break. So we've built it out in a spreadsheet. We have a couple of ways to go. One is to ask the SCC chairs or the principals to report in on that information. In our preliminary look at it, that's asking a lot more of them to remember to do that one more thing. We can have them try to get on the spreadsheet. We can put it in like dashboard or something, and we can try to have them add that. So what we've kind of come up with right now, preliminary, and we're trying to go back at last year to test to see how it works, is for our staff to go back and look at the minutes and then pull who was there and who wasn't. So is that intensive? Yes. Is that not adding one more thing to our principals' plates? Yes. So we're going to take a look and test it and try it with last year, and see if we get the results and see if we've got the spreadsheet the way we want it, and if it works the way we think it's going to, and if we may refine it during the process of that.
So we're going back and looking at previous attendance, right? This isn't.
We're just doing, our department is just doing it as a test to try to see what it would look like if we used last year in the formula and the spreadsheet we're looking at, if it will work for us. And then if it is, then we'll use that and apply that to this current year.
Because every SCC has somebody who takes minutes, right?
Right.
I mean, is it possible just in those minutes that they can indicate who's present? So
they do.
They still do.
Theory,
oh, I see what you're saying.
They do already. They listed in the minutes. These are the people present.
Right, okay.
We have the list of rosters, so we can either create it to where then that SCC chair or whoever principal goes back and says, these are the people that were here at this meeting, and logs it into a spreadsheet that populates for us, or we can take staff and do it ourselves so that it's not on them. I'm reluctant, if it's not too cumbersome on our staff, I'm reluctant to add one more thing to the SCC's plate or to the principal's plate, which is often where it ends up. But we're going to test it and we're going to see. So The answer is we're in the middle of trying to develop what that may look like and test it, and then we'll get back to you on how it works. Is that?
So I'm kind of curious, I think measuring SCC involvement is an awesome thing. Part of me actually wonders if it would be just as effective and maybe easier to measure how many people actually vote per school for the SCCs. Is that more tricky?
No, it's not more tricky. It's probably easier to know how many vote for it. That number, we would certainly, I believe, have a lot of room for improvement.
Honestly, like when I went and cast my votes this year, I thought, I wonder how many people at the school are actually voting. I kind of think it's, in some ways, that's a good overall indicator.
Not every one of our SCCs have an election. Not everyone has to. So we would have many that might not have that indicator of how many people voted. The ones that do, we could certainly take a look at that and see.
Well, we probably want to have something more consistent across the board. I don't know. My thought is you can have people who volunteer or appointed to an SCC and not have much of a school community even voting or attending. So how much is the attendance of SCC members an effective indicator of community engagement? I don't know. Like, does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm a little.
If we're off on the path we're headed, let me know. So if, right now what we're looking at is developing out that spreadsheet and then trying to figure out the best way to populate it with meeting attendance. But if you want us to head in a different way, tell us and we'll look at a different way.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts on that. By the way, you mentioned Utah Compose. That's a hard no for me. I'm just going to put that up there. I don't know if you guys remember that, but our kids used it in SAGE testing back when it was called SAGE testing. And the writing that came out of my kids was horrible because they would get points for how many words they had. And I'm here to tell you that verbosity does not equal good writing. So like it was, yeah, not good. So, but I have no objection to the idea of doing the ACT writing component. I feel like if I had been more on my A game and maybe between now and next meeting, I would be really interested in talking to some of our English teachers in the district about that measurement and how they feel it does or does not reflect good writing, or if it's a good indicator in their perspective. I don't know.
I really, that's awesome that, we're stirring that controversy up. That's great because, I think when you look at those portrait of a scholar attributes, and we've talked a lot about how do we measure those? How do we really get at, those resilience and collaboration? And to me, it's just becoming more and more clear that writing, however we do it, right? In the end, I don't know
it's
that
critically
ACT writing
important.
is
Yes.
the answer, but
yeah,
but not measuring writing outcomes in our district. And I know we already do a lot of that. Kids that are in our AP courses are writing all the time, right? That's a big part of that, but that's a small percent of our students that access that. So,
well, there's a lot of different types of writing.
There is.
Right. And I feel like the ACT, and I haven't looked enough at the kinds of questions or samples of writing that they produce. My guess is that they probably have a fairly good representation of what a high school student should be able to write in college. And I'm comfortable with the idea of doing it. When I informed my 16-year-old that might be on the docket, she nearly
was mad,
freaked out. No, one more thing. Like she's already been trying to prepare for the ACT, but I think it's good. It's like you said, we can do hard things. Let's change the expectation. I think it's good. If kids don't know how to effectively communicate themselves through writing, it does put them at a significant disadvantage. I agree.
Okay, Mr. Edel wanted to comment.
So I don't know how many people have been driving and then along the way felt that they couldn't see very well and then realized that they had their daytime running lights on instead of their headlights. I feel like these indicators are like turning our headlights on and realizing how much we can see now. So I think it's great. To speak to Amanda's point about SCC attendance, but also voting. So I didn't know that schools voted until about a month ago. And so I don't believe any of the schools in my area hold elections for SCCs. We have a handful of schools that have pretty good SCC attendance in terms of they're not looking for new members. And then we have a handful of schools that have 4 parent members, which is the minimum number of parent members that you can have. As I've attended some SCC meetings, you may not have 4 parent members attending, which makes it hard to vote. So when I look at SCC attendance, I think it's a good indicator because SCC or PTA engagement are both pretty decent indicators for your community and how involved the parents are in the school. It's a sample, right? So it's not an overall view, but it's a relatively easy sample to get that we can get that's a little bit more consistent. So with PTA, for example, it's going to be less consistent over the different school types, but also of the different programs that they hold, whereas SCCs operate pretty similarly across all of our schools and across all of our areas. And if you have a school that has 2 people who regularly attend versus a school that has 16 people that regularly attend, you can see, compare and contrast the differences pretty easily on that. But overall for these indicators, I really appreciate them. I see them for what they are. They're indicators so that we know how we're doing. We know pretty early on if we need to make course corrections, as opposed to just kind of shooting in the dark and thinking, oh, maybe we should do X, Y, Z, even though it was just a good idea. So I appreciate all the work that everyone's put into this. I mean, it's been a massive effort with so many different people to get these, and I look forward to using the data to help us move in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. T had one more question.
Yeah, I forgot this earlier. Thank you very much. On the slide about the innovation, I kind of thought that maybe we ought to take a look at updating that a little bit, because we have on there supplemental hours for kindergarten, which is now a full day kindergarten throughout the district, and then I was wondering too about the Hillcrest Jordan Summer Boot Camp, if that's still happening the way it was originally designed, or maybe we get an update on that. And then the Midvale Middle School after school program is another one that was an initiative that was brought to the board from the school that the board approved, and that we ought to maybe get some updates on that as well.
Yeah, we can do that. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I just want to add, I am just really excited about this because I was part of that original committee that came up with the indicators and the goals. And then we tried again to kind of update them, but then we got kind of stuck in the fact that we didn't have a strategic plan. Yeah. Anyway, it's just really great to finally, we have the plan. Now we can look at these indicators again. And I really like the new things we've added. I think they're going to be really great to follow. So
it's nice that we're talking about this instead of our COVID dashboard. that was the first. Oh, sure. Those were the first indicators when I got here. Nothing to do with learning, but how many COVID cases we had in the district.
Yeah. So anyway, so thank you everyone who worked on that, and I'm really excited about it. So I think that's all for this agenda item, and thank you.
Yeah, we'll bring it back again, and we'll take that feedback and do some refinement work on it and keep at it. So thank you.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, the next item is item D, CSD differentiated diplomas. First reading, Dr. Amber Roderick Landward, Director of ISD. Uh-oh.
All right, I'm excited to bring back a little more information about the differentiated diploma that we introduced during our High Quality Learning Committee update at the last board meeting. This is the document that you have on board docs, and a couple of questions have come in since this was posted. So I wanted to just go through a couple of quick pieces of information, and then I'll turn it over to President Schill for questions. So some key revisions, just as a reminder, that we have made to this particular proposal compared to what is currently in place with the pathways for the differentiated diplomas are that we have increased the GPA requirement. We've added attendance as a requirement. We've removed the ACT benchmark requirement in favor of participation only. And then we've made some specific adjustments to the course requirements for the advanced and honors diploma. So you can see there with the advanced, we've removed world language as a requirement, and we've added a full credit of math, science, or CTE concentrator courses. And then for the honors, we've added an additional credit of advanced or lab-based science courses. And then we've added a full year credit of CTE concentrator courses or the world language credit. So those are just the key revisions from what we have in place now to what we are proposing be in place. Some questions came up, and we talked about this actually, and you talked about this in Rick's presentation about attendance. So for the requirement, it would be cumulative across all 4 years. So we wanted to make sure that if the student, for whatever reason, had some absences early on in their high school experience, they weren't automatically aced out of this opportunity. So it would be accumulative across all 4 years of their high school. The percentage would be figured by overall periods. So again, we're looking at that whole picture. Parent excused absences are counted in the total absences, but school excused absences are not. So hopefully that helps with differentiating what those attendance requirements are. And then our proposal for implementation would be that beginning next year, we put this in place for the class of 2028. So that would be next year's 9th graders. So this year's current high school students would stay with the current pathways for earning those possible options for differentiated diplomas. So with that, I'll just open it up for questions, with this being the first review and what we can prepare for next time.
Okay, board, are there questions? Mrs. Oaks.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the language requirement on, let me just pull it up here in front of me. Can you pull up that slide?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, this particular slide. So I was thinking about this, especially if we value competency-based learning. Rather than, I just wonder if our students have actually gotten a certificate of bilingual or biliteracy, if that could actually function as the language requirement. Let's see, do we have it on the honors diploma, or which one? Or
we have
just
it on the honors, so it would be the CTE or the world language. I think that's something that we can definitely take back.
Yeah, because I figure if a student can earn a seal of biliteracy, they've obviously demonstrated that they have like remarkable language capacity, and maybe they earned it earlier. Maybe they're a multi-language learner, and we should give them credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
So
anyway. That's great. That's a great suggestion.
Okay, any other comments or questions? And Andrew or Nancy, do you have any?
No, thank you.
I'll just say thank you. I appreciate that additional information. It really answered the questions that I had at this point. Thank you.
So I do have one question. Would there be any like what if someone has to be hospitalized, or you know what I mean? What if there's some kind of extreme circumstance? Would we allow that, or would we just say too bad? So
I think that's a fair question, and certainly one that we can continue to dialogue about. The challenges, with exceptions become more the norm than when we start to get into that territory. But certainly we can problem solve some of those unique situations and come up with an answer either way. And so I can have that prepared for our next meeting as well.
Okay. And Tom raised his hand back there. I don't know if he has something to add.
We currently have an appeal process for things like this.
Okay. You could apply that.
That would actually be something in this process. And some Andrew's point, we use the skill by literacy current knowledge that. We can move on.
Okay.
As an appeal or automatically? Yeah. So we can.
Okay, but I think we could add that, because then you don't.
So you don't have to
appeal it. Okay, that's great. I didn't know there was an appeal.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I don't know about you. I took French in middle school and high school, and I could not have qualified for a seal of biliteracy. I think one is actually more impressive than the other, to be honest. So.
Okay, Mr. Milliberg?
I think the thing we have to look at on any of the three options for diplomas is our job is to help the kids be successful. Our job is not to stand in the goal and block them any chance we get.
Correct.
And so, yeah, I think the appeals process on that, and anything we can do if we have an extenuating circumstance like they're hospitalized and their attendance goes down, we have to be there to help the kids be successful, not try to stop them from being successful.
Agreed. Thank you. Okay, so if there are no other questions, I think.
I will update this and bring back some of the information that we have been presented with tonight for study.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is staff comments, and we will start with the superintendent. Just a shout out and thank you. A couple of things want to mention. I know the board's aware, but our students at Jordan High that helped with the fun run up at Park Lane, just looking at some of those attributes in Portrait of a Scholar. I mean, those students really demonstrated a lot of that. So super proud of them. And also just shout out and thank you to Linda and Nate. Board members, Mont and Karen were both over at Unified Sports. And for me, again, just, seeing kids be able to put a jersey on and be part of a team and be part of something bigger than themselves. And then after we did the award ceremony and, those ribbons meant a lot to those kids. And so appreciate Mont and Karen coming over to help support that. But, and then all the support staff that was there to help as well. It was just an awesome day. So thanks for all your support. Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Now we'll have Business Administrator Leon Wilcox.
Yes, thank you, President Schill. A couple things. Want to give a big thank you to Ryan Jakeman. He's completed all our school safety grants, part of the legislation of HB 61. We applied for roughly $4.7 million this week. Or last week, we focused on three main areas. One was card access with our doors. 2 is cameras, and 3 is a paging system. So we completed a grant for just about every school. Some of the new ones, such as Union, Glacier Hills, Peruvian Park, where we built all this stuff in, we did not apply. We wanted to try and focus money on these other schools. So again, a big thank you to Ryan for getting all those in. We'll see how this shakes out in the next month or so when they start awarding these back to us. Big thank you to Sebastian for presenting tonight. It's hard to believe, he does all that work, delivers all those meals and does it in a balanced budget. Charging just $2 for elementary, $2.25 for secondary kids. You go to these restaurants now, they have no such thing as a $2 menu, let alone a $1 menu anymore. And so every just a goodie kiddie meal is like $8 now, right? So he's doing it for $2. So good, big thank you to him. And I just wouldn't be amiss, we heard all the your Leadership Academy reports, but we didn't hear about Steve Diamond was front and center as one of the having such an influence on his student. I believe it was his second year teaching. None of us were surprised by that. Steve's a great guy, such an example to us all. Great teacher, but even a better person. So we're lucky to have him on our team. So thank you to Steve.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to start with, I do need to recognize that Holly left. She had an important family event. So I wanted to excuse her, and we'll start with Andrew Edel with board comments.
Yeah, so it's been a fun end of last week actually with all of the homecoming activities out there. Special appreciation, we had Navy Captain Lang who visited both Hillcrest and Jordan along with the Navy's ceremonial guard. I've had an opportunity to get out to a number of our schools, visit classrooms. When I was at East Sandy, I mentioned in board study session, but when I was in East Sandy, I was able to, when I was passing by in the hall with one of the kindergarten classes, the teacher for that class invited me in, and love talking to our students, but our kindergartners are always, the special students. And so it was fun to be able to talk to them. And what I was really amazed about was their behavior in the class. So, that goes to show our amazing teachers that we have. The students in that class were attentive, they were paying attention, they were listening, and especially with kindergartners, and so early in the year, I mean, that's really, really quite the achievement. But it's just an indicator of the amazing teachers and amazing staff we have in our district. And so I appreciate all of them and the fantastic start that we've had to our school year. It was also, loved the opportunity to be able to learn, improve my own knowledge, and get to know my fellow board members at our Leadership Academy. Even though I did not play golf at the Leadership Academy, I did play miniature golf and was with Mont and a couple others during their miniature golf session. And I have you know, I believe that me and Mont came in 3rd and 4th place in the miniature golf tournament. So big players here, but yeah, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oakes.
I know a lot has already been said about things going on. The homecoming festivities at Alta and Corner Canyon were a lot of fun. I was just so impressed by so much of the entertainment, and they both had winning games. And I've been thinking a lot lately about how different the current reality is compared to what my eldest 2 children dealt with during COVID. And I'm just so grateful to see life back to normal, that kids are able to enjoy football games and dances and have all those activities that we took for granted, but I am promising myself I will never take for granted again. I got to attend a number of tennis matches in the district. I loved the canyoneering night that we had at Draper Park Middle. We had a good showing of parents and a lively discussion. It was good. And I appreciated so many of our board members coming out to attend and support that. I attended one of the SEC trainings, and I appreciated the initial legislator meeting that we had. I appreciate our external relations team really making huge efforts to make sure that we are starting that runway with our legislators early and trying to build those bridges and communicate with them effectively. I do feel like it will help. And last but not least, one of the things I enjoyed most was being invited to Sprucewood Elementary's Waffle Wednesday. Principal Skino does this once a month, and she makes fresh waffles for her staff, and I got to come and help. And it was a lot of fun. And afterwards they said, you need to come and see our new library. We are so excited about our new library. I did. And it was magical. It was so different from what was there before. And the librarian who has come and spoken to us before, she showed me all of the things and everything that she was so excited about. And it really was actually really deeply satisfying to realize this is where the money went and this is how the kids are benefiting. And so I wasn't surprised at all actually to see those thank you notes. They have done a great job helping those kids feel like they just won the lottery. So anyway, I really appreciate our teachers and our administrators. They're doing incredible things and creating amazing opportunities for our students all over the district.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
I was going to leave this to last, but being Andrew brought it up, I just have to address it. The USBA leadership conference this year up in Midway was outstanding. So many wonderful breakout sessions. I learned a lot. With regard to miniature golf, and Andrew kind of blew our cover that we were 3rd and 4th out of 4 people. I'm not going to tell you where I finished, but Andrew finished 3rd. It's already been mentioned about the unified sports, unified soccer that took place at Hillcrest High School. My gosh, that was fun. Watching those kids, and I was very impressed with one young man. They kicked him the ball. He stopped it. He backed up about 2 steps and kicked it with his left foot and scored. A left foot soccer goal is amazing. Not that many people ever develop the ability to kick it left-handed. another thing that happened is we were getting ready to give out the awards. A young man came running. I thought he was going to knock me over. I've shared this in a different meeting already, but I'll share it again. Threw his arms up, put them around my neck, and embraced me like I've never been hugged before. And he says, "I love you. Thank you for doing this." I wish I could take credit for having done that. I was just there. I didn't really do that much. But to just, as the superintendent mentioned, to see those kids in uniform, playing the game, receiving opportunity to belong to a team was just absolutely amazing. I think the other thing that I have to bring up, and Jeff, I'm not calling you out on this, okay? But I'm going to mention it. We already talked about the Education Foundation and their commitment with the golf tournament coming this week. But our Education Foundation has taken on sponsorship for a good portion of what's happening with unified sport. We are so fortunate to have so many good people involved in that organization. I am looking forward to Thursday. I will not be on a par 3. I will not be sitting, and I will not be passing out gift certificates. But I will be there freezing my butt off at 7 in the morning, putting signs out on the greens and getting everything set up. It is cold in Midway, Utah at 7 a.m. this time of year. Susan, you bring your coat. Susan saved me a few years back. I did not have a coat, and she loaned me hers, and it made all the difference. I also appreciate very much Jen Stark from Mid-Valley that spoke to us tonight, and just helping us remember how much the teachers really do have on their plate. As she started going through that list of items, I thought, what can we reasonably take off their plate? There's so much there, and I kept thinking about every one of those, and they're necessary things to make education better. But those teachers, as she said, it's sometimes hard to get around to what their day job is, to actually go into the classroom and teach. And so I appreciate her coming and speaking to us about that. Okay, so I'm done.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Tingy first.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to join with you tonight virtually. So I want to just express thanks to the IT team that helps us out so that we can do this when we're not able to be there in person. I appreciate it. I will, I'll just say I love that golf tournament, and I'll encourage board members, if you're able to, even if you don't golf, just go up there and enjoy the beautiful scenery and the beautiful day. There's such a positive, great atmosphere there, people all pulling together with the common goal of supporting our classrooms in Canyons District. And I will miss that opportunity this year. So I hope some of you will be able to find a couple of hours that you can do that. And it was mentioned the Canyoneering Academy. I appreciate the support and attendance by Superintendent Robbins and so many of the board members and parents and interested people that wanted to have conversations. And I thought that was very productive and helpful. And then, but that same evening, I had to leave a little bit early to attend the Arts Consortium meeting, the first one of the school year. And it was a great meeting. And we've got a lot of really good plans that we'll be working on this year. And the Arts Consortium will give a report to the board in a few months about where we're at and where we want to go with supporting the arts here in the district. And then also just kind of back to our discussion on indicators. The last couple of weeks, I've been working with volunteers at Quail Hollow Elementary and getting organized volunteers that come in and help 4th and 5th graders master their math fast. And I've just it's one of the favorite things that I get to do every year. And I was thinking about how that is really building it's their foundational skills, their foundation blocks that it's building. And it's all those little blocks, those foundations and building blocks that help contribute to successfully meeting the goals on the indicators that we've talked about. And again, it's everyone just kind of focusing efforts where they can and making a difference in the life of students. So I'm very grateful for those volunteers and for the teachers that help support that effort, and teachers throughout the district, every school. I know they've all got things going as similar along those same lines. So anyway, thank you all. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Pedersen.
A lot of the good things have been said, but I do want to build on talking about our new libraries. I've been able to see a number of them through the district, and every single librarian runs up and says, "Look at my library." They are so excited that they have ownership. And that's what I think is the most important part, is that this is my library. I was able to set it up, and I'm getting the kids excited, and everyone is just so thrilled. I found it fun when I went over to Alta. The librarian there is Amanda Seiler. I'll get it. There we go. Anyway. Huh? Amanda Scott? Oh, Amanda Scott. Okay, I had it written down wrong. Anyway, she's amazing. I happened to walk in and she was teaching a course in the library of 2 classes of 9th graders from their history class. And she did a phenomenal presentation about internet sources and how to check their accuracy and how to do in-depth research and and even where to find the references, that you don't have to generate them yourself, that there are ways to magically, I needed you years ago, but she did a phenomenal job. And she does this for every single 9th grader over at Alta. And I'm thinking that is exactly what the library is about. Being able to not only be a resource, but also an instructor to help people build literacy. And I want to brag on her. And the reason why I put her name even out there is she said that she had 1,072 student chosen books checked out in the first week and a half of school. 1,072. She said last year it was 3/4 of the year before she even hit that number. And this is in 1 week. This wasn't teacher assigned. This was student choice. That's the excitement that we have. And students love books. They're turning to those. Screens are starting to, I'm glad to see, losing some of their appeal, and they're finding out that there are things out there that they can learn from books. So anyway, I just wanted to brag on how well she did in that presentation. It was wonderful. And she says she does it every year. She's done it now for 2 years. And I'm hoping that other schools are doing something similar. I'm assuming that they do. I just happened to walk in and she was doing such an awesome job. It was very impressive. I learned a lot. I did. If I ever have to do research, now I know how to do that. I also want to appreciate that we are strengthening the ties between our feeder schools. I loved hearing about how Brighton High's marching band went to the Cottonwood Heights Elementary School. That's what it said in Jeff said it. Ridgecrest, I don't know. I don't know what school he said, the Cottonwood Heights Elementary Schools, meaning generic, not specific. But anyway, just that here's our high schools reaching out now and interacting with our elementary schools so that they can build pride in their feeder schools, that they will be part of that system, that they know that they're part of that system. And I really think that helps with our attendance, and it helps with our graduation rate and pride in our buildings. 50 or more Jordan High School students volunteered at Park Lane's Fun Run, part of their feeder school, and they went up and volunteered. I'm sure there are other examples of that. I know that at Willow Canyon, Jordan's peer leadership team came once again, they come yearly, to teach the kids about saying no to bullying, drugs, and alcohol. There are just so many opportunities, and I'm encouraging and enjoying the fact that we are reaching out and involving different levels of schools interacting with their feeder schools. I think that's something that we were missing. We lost during COVID, and we really need to continue in strengthening that again. Because when a first grader knows what high school they're going to go to and they're excited, that makes a big difference. Makes a really big difference. And that's really, I love the USBA conference. I loved going to the unified sports activities. I just am so proud to be a part of Canyon School District. It's just a phenomenal place to be, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that I was able to do. I'm not going to repeat any of whatever else is said, but I did visit Butler Middle School and also Brighton High School with the superintendent when he was visiting schools, and we just talked to the new principals there, and that was just really great. They were both very excited and just working hard and just doing their best to create good cultures and environments there for our students. Brighton also had a new thing this year, and they had a tailgating party for the faculty on homecoming on Friday, and that was really fun. I was able to go to that, and the superintendent was there too, and it was just fun to talk to the teachers and just get to know some of them. Then also, I am on the Unified Sports Committee, and I am really excited about the fact that we are going to start having unified sports in the middle school. So I just have to announce that. I'm super thrilled about it. And they will just participate with the intramurals, what we're already doing. So, but they will have their own team, I think, or just be able to participate. And so I'm really excited about that. So I just appreciate everyone working on that. And I will now call our meeting to a close. Thank you.